All right. Welcome to the pub, everybody. Hope you are all having a good Saturday night. I know I am. Just had a nice dinner with some friends, and now we're just chilling here at the pub, Smokesteve's International Pub. How you doing, John? Cup of tea? Indeed, it is all downhill from here. Um, Last dance, good to see you down there, man, and in the chat. Just realized my trusty old pipe. I don't know if you guys will be able to see that, but possibly has a massive resin plug in it. It's disgusting. So we're going to be doing a little water pipe action tonight. Hopefully my sound is good. I'm going to have the new and improved StreamYard's background sound reduction going. I do have a fan over there, and I will have some exhaust fans kicking on in a bit. So let me know. Let's turn that just so we get a nice even viewing here. Yeah, all right, cool. Looks messy as usual behind me. Nothing's changed. Just had a nice dinner. I made a nice shrimp scampi for the people. Turned out pretty good. Made myself a steak as well. Shrimp isn't bad. It's good bait. But, people do love it, so it's a fine dinner. And Johnny was an hour and a half early. That's great. Thanks for being here, John. I do appreciate it. I like to see you there, man. And I wonder what your opinions are about certain things. You do tend to be somewhat quiet. Hey, a Twitter. What we got? Okay. Just my boy, Last Dance, checking in. With a check mark. Cool. Not a blue check mark. Not going to be paying for that anytime soon. Although, I don't know. Is it worth it? No, because I don't really tweet. I enjoy Twitter, but my tweets aren't very profound, so not much of a follow. Do like the interaction, and it is a fun platform. Elon, or as my dad calls him, Leon Musk is planning on getting rid of the block capability, which makes absolutely zero sense to me. But I've also heard some people say that, here we go, no headphones needed. No one on yet. So that there is not much of a difference between mute and block. But if I understand it correctly, mute means that you will not see another person's tweets at all, but they can still see yours. Whereas blocking means that you don't see theirs and they do not see yours, which I think it could be problematic for people, I guess, who are with online harassment, that sort of thing. I don't know. Maybe not. Right. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I think the blocking capability is good. It's fine by me. I don't see any issues with it. I don't know. I don't know why he's taken this on as something. I don't know what his logic is behind it. If somebody chooses to not want to have somebody else read their tweets, then I think they should have that choice personally. But maybe you're tweeting to a specific group of people and it's not intended to go out to everybody. But you would no longer have the capability of stopping a person from seeing anything that you ever put on Twitter, I guess, is the bottom line. Gotta go easy with this thing, man. It can be a bit of a steamroller. You gave up weed a month ago. Vivid dreams are incredible. Okay, good for you, man. I like the stuff. It helps me unwind at the end of the day. I generally only do it in the evenings. And maybe if I'm at a pool party or something, I'll sneak off to the driveway and smoke a bowl. And often in those daytime situations, like if I'm at a social gathering or something like that, I'll have a smoke rather than a drink. I prefer it. I like to drink. I like to drink in the evening, though. I don't like to drink during the day. Never been a day drinker. I just don't know how people do it, especially if you have a child or children. Like, what do I know? I mean, apparently, maybe I'm not sophisticated enough of a drinker to be able to drink during the day. Because I crack them in the evening after the day is done. Like drinking beer at the beach where it's hot, dehydration is quite easy. You add alcohol to that. No, not for me. Drinking at the beach, like on vacation, possibly. But again, I'm going to hotter places than here, and it's going to be even hotter and easier to get dehydrated. So probably not going to be drinking much. Although the Gulf sunsets in Florida, at that time, 6:30, 7 o'clock, bring a margarita down to the beach or a six-pack or something. It's definitely a good time for it, for sure. Got some crazy things going on around with weather and fires. Obviously, a disaster in Hawaii, as well as Yellowknife is an area or a town in British Columbia, I believe, and that has some massive fires going on. All is well, Banksy. Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, totally, dude. Just rapping about getting things rolling here, rapping about the weather and not just the beautiful weather we have here. 75 degrees, low dew point, low humidity. Gorgeous. Cannot beat it. Going to be down in the 60s tonight. Fab. But all in other places, it's gone a little haywire. I mean, we're getting tornadoes here in Massachusetts. We've had like 3 or 4 this year. I'll say that's pretty different. We have them, and they go down in historical record usually, like of one a decade or something like that. They've been increasing. We had tornado warnings 3 or 4 times here this year, and they have touched down 3 or 4 times somewhere in the state. So it's a little freaky, but I mean, they've been EF0, which we've discussed the E. It used to be F as the scale, which was the Fujita scale. Now it's EF, which I believe is the enhanced Fujita scale. And maybe they changed the numbers, tweaked it slightly. I'm not sure. But an EF0 or an EF1, the lowest one, is still pretty nasty stuff. Kingston 62, Jamaican Gold Rum. Ah, sounds interesting. I'm a Jamaican. Nice. Let's have a look at that. $62. Is that the proof? The percentage of alcohol? I wonder what that is. Looks good. Appleton Estate. Let's see here. 40%. Cool. It looks tasty. 40% ABV. It's getting decent reviews. More like a cognac. Probably not what your desire was, but it sounds tasty. In fact, I think I had a rare rum recently. I don't know. Maybe I dreamed I dreamed about rum. That's not good. Hey, look who it is. The people I made dinner for, Sammy Cat and my wife. And also daughter. They enjoyed it. Daughter saw me with my steak. She sliced off a couple pieces. She was like, come on, steak just for you? I don't think so. Which is cool. Of course, I give it to her. Not like, give me that steak back. Yeah, whatever she wants. You guys who are dads out there know how it is. Biscuit, what's up, man? How you doing? Ooh, ouch. Mr. Vape's got a banner before you know who. Fix it. I'm kidding. It's fine. Biscuit, there you go. Good to see you, man. Is that a Guinness? Last Dance? Right on. Last Dance is in the green. He's in the green room, per se, backstage. I used to, when I used to play a lot of live music with the band, there was this one nightclub we used to play at quite frequently in Vermont. Very popular place. Après ski place. So we got to play for the après ski crowd, which, in case you don't know, they like to get tanked and they like to party and they like to good rock and roll, and a little reggae twist. I'd always be smoking around in this place. The owner would always catch me every time. I'd be smoking in the green room. He'd come in. I'd be smoking in his limo outside. He'd come in he'd pop his head in the limo, and I'd be sitting there smoking. It's like, yeah, they had a limo at this place to drive drunks home. They would not let you drive, but offer you a limo ride instead. Pretty cool place. Good times. The old days. Things are different when you grow up a little, right? We got a new mascot. See if I can find a spot for him so he's going to be on cam. That's good placement. I kind of want you to see him. There you go. And he'll stay right here. Perfect. Oh, cool. 1962, Jamaica gained independence from oh, right on, dude. I assume that would be colonial, so right? British. I'd say that was pretty obvious. I feel like I might be rolling up a joint tonight. Shit, left my acoustic upstairs. The king of Ethiopia, back in the day, his original birth name was Ras Tafari. And also known as Haile Selassie. He obviously went on to basically create Rastafarianism. Interesting history involved with that, and always got along well with Rastas that I met, as you can imagine. Well, the Rastas are a little different with smoking. I smoke like a Rasta. I smoke a joint to my head. Usually when Rastas roll up a joint, they're rolling it for themselves. They'll give you the tray and the papers. You can roll your own damn thing, but the Rasta way. Well, you can put it. You can put it here. You're fine. Thank you. Look at that guitar. That's the Marshall Tucker Band, right? Can't you see? Oh, can't you see? All right, yeah. Let me know. Good tip. Is it coming up? Maybe the guitar is coming in as background noise and getting canceled. Oh. So I can do that fairly quickly, but then all the fans are going to be like, but do they work well with the fans? I wonder. Like, seems pretty good, right? It's quieter here, which is awesome. So that was a long-standing problem. All right, cool. So yeah, I'm going to do a little jam session. I think you have the settings on your screen, right? Last Dance. I don't know if you can change. I think you can change the sound settings, but you can familiarize with those with them. I don't know. Cup of tea. I have no idea what it is. He's got 3 1s on his back. It doesn't look like it could. Don't think it's a Tommy gun. I can't tell. Is there a bolt? You can't see a bolt really. It could be a Garand, yeah. Definitely. Clip goes in the top. One of the big problems with the Garand is when you finish your 8 shots, it goes boom, 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 cling. You get this loud cling that as your mini metal clip thing pops out of the top after the 8th shot. And German soldiers became familiar with that sound, and would know at that moment that they would be reloading, and that would give them a momentary time to advance or attack, whatever. I think there was stories of the grunts figuring out ways to fake the sound, so they would fake it, and then the Germans would think they were out, and then boom, the Germans might stand up and they let them have it. So yeah, that was a one design flaw of that rifle. But I have fired an M1 many times at 200 yards, 600 feet, which is probably what, about 185 meters. I could hit targets standing with peep sights. No scope, of course. There's no rail for a scope on an M1 anyways. You get what you have. As far as I know, I don't remember a rail. But it's a badass weapon. Shoots a 30-06, which is a pretty sizable round. You would use it for hunting deer. It packs a wallop, and it's a semi-automatic, so you're firing big bullet pretty quickly. Only held 8. It was a large chunk of wood, and it was pretty freaking heavy, but it was solid. It was followed up by the M14. Fabulous gun. Fabulous rifle. Automatic. Arlie Ermery called that the finest weapon of war ever made. He loved the M14. Now, that might have to do with the fact the M14 was then replaced with the M16. Now, the initial version of the M16 in Vietnam, this was made by Eugene M. Stoner, gun designer, had a lot of problems. It used to jam up like crazy. So, the guys in Nam, early guys, they really wanted to keep their M14s, man. There's a famous sniper, I think it was Carlos Hathcock, used an M14 with a night vision scope to put down something like 16 Vietnamese soldiers that were coming across a river to ambush some soldiers that were, hunkered down for the night. And the story goes that because of the scope, the Lee Enfield, I fired that one. That thing is a beast. Because of the scope, he said that the enemies their faces were about filling the size of his night vision scope, which gives you a thought on probably how easy those 16 confirmed kills were in a river as they were crossing a river. I mean, he just unloaded on them. One shot, one dead. Yeah, and like I said, Cup, I fired a Lee Enfield. That thing had some big rounds, and it was a thumper, man. You definitely need the ear protection when that thing comes out. Mamma mia. Although an AK-47 is a really loud, I don't know how I would describe it. I don't know if it's because of the receiver or the stamped metal that makes the gun, but it's really a slappy, whacky sound almost. And it's loud as hell. Looks like a toy, and then you shoot the thing, and it's damn intimidating. A fine weapon. Certainly initially at par with the M16, designed, of course, by Kalashnikov, the AK. I believe that was based on some German gun-making technology from the 50s that they obviously would have had access to in Russia after the war. So yeah, I don't know. You got to wonder, what were the Germans thinking? They really did have an incredibly advanced society. Yeah, I mean, I guess they were hate is what ruined them. Okay, cool. Apparently this is from that game. I didn't even know it. We have a bunch of little figures upstairs that we've gotten as gifts from some friends. And this one, the wife was like, gun, get it out of here. I was like, perfect. Going to the pub with the gun guy, whoever this is. What's his name again? Fallout. We'll call him Fallout. And how you doing, RW? Good to see you, man. STG. Yeah, that sounds right. I think so. I don't even really have any idea what any of that stuff is. I just have the little guy, the little action figure dude. So pardon my ignorance, if you would. Oof. All right. This thing is damn smooth. He's Fallout Steve. That's what his name is? That's pretty funny. Fallout Steve and Smokesteve. Or he is Fallout Steve. His name is Fallout or Fallout Steve. I need clarification. Whatever. Getting up on 8 o'clock here, people. So I'm hoping some people might want to join in. Biscuit, love to have you. RW, more than welcome. And anyone else who feels welcome. Cup of tea, you're always welcome. I know you don't take me up on the offer. But of course, you are always welcome, my friend. And McGrand, of course. The ladies won't be joining. Not a snowball's chance in hell. I'm sure I just lost the ladies with the gun talk, which is fine. Banksy, I see you. John Nicholson. That's funny. Tea with the biscuit. Not bad. Yeah, and it was fun the other night getting together on Drone's Rumble stream. So I have a Rumble. I have 1 or 0 followers. I'm not sure. I think I might be my only follower. In order for me to live stream on Rumble, I need 5 followers. If you would be so kind, if you go on Rumble, if you can find me, follow me. Smokesteve. I believe it's all lowercase. And then I have to do a little work here. In fact, I might use the computer skills of my boy Last Dance down below there to help me. You have to do some magic to throw this over to Rumble. I can keep going on YouTube. I can also run this over to Rumble. Like I said, I could do it over to Twitter if I wanted, which I might get back into again. It's all complicated because it's tough to monitor all the platforms while I'm doing it. So if I'm on Rumble, it's almost like I'd have to have the Rumble screen opened or have it. I don't want to split screen this thing. This is why, like, the big timers have like mods that they pay, maybe they pay them or whatever. I don't know if I can send a link to my Rumble, dude. It's actually kind of complicated to do that, man. From one's own phone. I think it's easier for you guys to go to Rumble and then find the link. Dude, I'm telling you, it's a thing. It's actually kind of hard to find your own URL for Rumble. As far as I know, there you go. Here, let's screenshot that so I can get that in a clipboard. Thanks, man. Always appreciate it. Perfect. Little guy's rocking. When I hit the thing, he was just doing like a Texas two-step there. Do it again, motherfucker. Oh, son of a... That live stream ended by Fallout 111. And yeah, when I like take a break or whatever, which I might do later, I can put this guy like here. And yeah, I'm loving this thing. This is great. New prop. Still looks like shit in here, but I got a new prop. He always does, RW. And I can't thank him enough. Thank you, Last Dance. Gonna maybe I'll let's go live with everybody or whoever wants to. How you doing, man?
Hey, all right. How are you doing?
Pretty good, thanks.
Good to see you and everybody in the chat as well.
Yep, exactly, man. Did I hear it? You're not doing great.
No, I'm doing fine.
Okay, good. Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Good week for you. Good week of retirement.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good
Cool.
week.
Getting out or just like
Not as much as I should be. I'm gonna be getting out more in the next couple of weeks, though.
Cool. And leaf peeper time's coming up, so
leaf peeper.
Leaf peeper. You've never heard that expression?
No, I haven't.
That's the fall. Like in Vermont, when I lived there, all the people would come up from Massachusetts, and we'd call them leaf peepers. They come to peep at the leaves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aren't the leaves just great in Massachusetts?
They are. It is better in Vermont.
Okay.
If you catch it at that just right time, I think it's the sugar maples, which are a little bit more rare down here.
Uh-huh.
I think we have a lot more like swamps and silvers and stuff like that. And Norway maples are overtaking everything around here with those little whirly things that spin around, which that's an invasive tree.
I didn't know that.
Up there, it's all sugars. Hence the reason why Vermont maple syrup is so famous,
Well, maple trees are beautiful, especially when their leaves turn color. People plant Japanese maples, and they look pretty spectacular all year round.
They're red, yeah.
Yeah.
They are nice, slower growing.
I don't know if you have this nuisance tree, but it's a tree of heaven, and it just grows like mad in this area. And it's an incredibly, it's like a tree from another planet. It's a nightmare. I think it's from China, so it's an invasive species. But
is it fast growing?
Very fast growing. It's almost impossible to kill.
Right.
Apparently it secretes some kind of chemicals that then harm other trees in the vicinity. So it's
Jesus.
It's really
terrible.
It's terrible.
Yeah, there's
it's so fucking ugly, and every time I see it, I just want to stop the car and hack at it.
Let me just grab 2 beers, and I'm going to get RW on here in 1 second.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
I occasionally log into Rumble to listen to Glenn Greenwald.
There you go.
Evening, RW.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you, man?
I'm good. I was just checking out that tree of heaven. It looks like sumac. I'm not sure if it's in North Carolina.
Yeah. Once you notice it, if you know what it is, then you see it. It loves growing along the sides of roads. It grows well where other trees can't grow at all. So, it'll grow in like a little tiny crevice. And
yeah. Have you heard of this Japanese knotweed?
I've heard of it. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it. But I wouldn't know it if I saw it.
Well, most of the time it's fine, but if it grows near your house, the freaking roots will grow through your foundation.
I've heard really that. It can destroy your house somehow.
Totally, dude. I don't know how, but yeah, I think it can find like any imperfections in concrete and just starts working its way through it, which is just nuts. But That's the big thing with that for sure.
It's got a stem like bamboo sort of, and I've seen people use it for mason bee nests, boxes. They just cut a whole bunch of it when they cut it down because they have to get rid of it, and that's the best I've seen as a use
For knotweed?
for knotweed. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's everywhere. We got overrun with this stuff called garlic mustard.
I see that too.
And the big thing everyone says is it kills butterflies and birds, so everyone hates it. I don't know how it does, but apparently it's edible. So, you can pick the greens, or I don't know, something that I'm out there trying to kill like crazy. I just don't want to eat. You know what I mean?
Right. It must be something in the pollen that takes the bees out.
Okay. I know with that Japanese knotweed, whatever a rhizome is, like I can't remember that from science class, but I know that like that's all it takes for it to regrow another plant. What is that, like one cell?
I thought it's like a shoot that comes out of the roots.
Okay. Yeah, so like very hard to kill. You got to get 100% of the roots out, or else boom, up comes the. Hey, let's even it out with
like thistles like that. Yeah, yeah. So even when you put down like a bunch of cardboard and stuff, it just grows to the left or the right for like 6 feet, and then it'll come right back up. You're like, you bastard.
Right. That's
Congratulations
true,
on being retired, Last Dance. I didn't know you made it to that party.
I did make it.
Totally.
Do you miss work?
I don't miss work. I miss working with the people that I worked with, but I don't miss work.
Not the task itself.
No. I would, and working at any large place there's a lot of bullshit, and I had long grown tired of it, and was glad to have a chance to retire.
May I ask what the task was?
What's that?
May I ask what the task was? What you were in charge of?
I was a technical director. I won't say any more than that. I worked for the federal government, and it there's a lot of bureaucracy, as you might imagine, and the enjoyment I had when I started as a young man, gradually disappeared, and it was harder and harder to concentrate on the work that I enjoyed because I had to do lots of stuff that I didn't enjoy. So, it was kind of my time. When I retired, it was probably I was probably ready to retire.
I'm guessing you got to work from home before you retired for the whole pandemic.
I retired in 2017, so no.
Oh, okay.
The advancement in technology over that span of your professional career is absolutely incredible.
Yes, it is.
I mean, you must have been fucking having to keep up with learning new shit constantly because things were being literally invented, languages and platforms, whatever. It's
true.
It's different now. Like someone starts now. I don't know, in 30 or 40 years. Will we be saying the same thing? I don't think so.
I think technology always advances, and we got technology always advances. So nobody gets a respite. I didn't get a respite, and the young people now aren't going to get any respite through their careers either.
Until they're downloading the instruction manual straight to their Neuralink.
And even then.
Hopefully there's no malware.
McGrand, can you just give me heavy metal horns? Hook'em horns, whatever you want to call it.
Who?
McGrand underneath.
Yeah, he tried his best.
I just have to make sure it's a real person because
even better.
If I get occasionally
live long and prosper.
There you
I
go.
get people who come on and do bad things.
There it
using
is.
videos of these guys to get me to click them on, and then
Wow.
boom, they switch it right over. How you doing, McGrand?
I'm good. Thank you. Good to
man.
see you guys.
You too,
Good to
buddy.
see you.
What's been going on?
RW, I don't know you. My name's anyway, you see it. I almost said my name.
My name's Rod. Nice to meet you. I'm part of Drone Tech's crew.
Oh, okay.
His name is McGrandy. His real name is nothing at all similar to that. So it's a very good name for protecting yourself.
What is the symbolism of your handle?
It
what
goes back to-
Last Dance has pointed out, it was a mistake.
Oh,
And but you know what? It stuck. So it's
so be it.
so be it. But
you kind of started on Live Leak as such, and then you gained some notoriety. All these guys, you as that, so it would be like you can't change it at that point. You're kind of like
I knew him as First Archangel.
Well,
right,
I
remember that.
That was my second handle.
Yeah,
but that was because anyway, I was enjoying the Last Dance's monologue on retirement, and I can understand a lot of what he was talking about. So that was that's why I lost the first one, but because I was working at the time, and the second one was the Resurrection, and you know what? I got 2 red stars for each one, so that was a good thing because I did original video.
RW, if you're not familiar with Live Leak, you won't know what Red Star means, and if you are, you really won't admire it that much.
Is it publicly awarded or awarded by the administration for Live Leak to get the star?
Admins.
It was the admins, yeah.
Okay.
Live Leak was Hey Biscuit. LiveLeak.com was just a place where a lot of gore got posted, but like a really endearing community of people amongst all these sick fuckers ended up kind of being created. There.
It was
noticing that
it was like the ultimate First Amendment site where people went to and they really expressed themselves, and there was maximum and unbelievable creativity in that community. It was just like, I mean, I was thinking about the guy from Australia, Last Dance. You remember him? The guy that would do all the joking things. I can't remember his name. I've been thinking about it for a while. That's what happens when you get old. But anyway, there were a lot of, because of the open platform, there was an absolute unbelievable opportunity to see creativity from just the masses. Something that everybody today tries to mimic.
What type of creativity? Like today, I would say memes are the current social.
No. This was guys that would do 2 or 3 minute videos of comedy.
Was Some Tosser Australian?
Some Tosser, that was it. Unbelievable, dude. If you could, Some Tosser, if you could ever find his videos.
That's a humble name.
What? I think there it has.
He's been on here before.
Oh, you got to bring him back, dude. That guy is a talent. Such a creative talent. Anyway, that was just one example of why.
Well, you were a talent too.
That was a dilettante.
How about Gort Evans?
Gort was good.
He filmed some woman running in the Hollywood Hills or somewhere like that.
Yeah.
And he filmed her and did this creepy voice and shit. And
and he wore a balaclava.
Exactly. And he lost his job over that. They actually, the police came to where he worked. He was a mechanic.
Yeah, sadly.
And
just trying to keep oil off his face, man.
He
was just fucking around, but it was totally creeptastic.
Dude, there were so many things back then. It was a wild cowboy days,
Mm-hmm.
Biscuit, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, thank you. And yourself?
I'm fine, thanks.
Good.
Thanks for coming over to the other server, Biscuit, the other night. That was.
It's all right. It was fun.
It's a lot more rowdy in that one. I'm stoked to find this one because everybody's so laid back. It's like communicating so much easier.
When I left, did you guys get kicked off, or were you still able to communicate?
No, we talked for me and Welshman talked for like an hour and a half, and then my mic jacked up, and it was so early in the morning we just went to bed.
Okay. Well, for Welshman, it was probably just the beginning of the morning.
It was like 5 or 6 in the morning.
Right.
He just ran the whole night. That's crazy.
He ran the whole night.
Yeah, I saw that he was arrested.
I'm curious if he's out.
Yeah, he got arrested.
What, has he been bailed out? Because I noticed he's not here.
I assume he was bailed out right away, but I haven't
seen.
I forgot to check.
I did DM him on Twitter, and so yeah, I DM'd him on Wednesday. On Thursday, he answered me 6 a.m. released on 3 BS charges. Jesus Christ.
Wow, I thought it was just a simple.
Steady on, Steve.
Wow.
Sorry, dude.
My understanding was trespassing charge, unless it was 3 trespassing charges.
Oh, there was probably 1 trespass and 2 bullshit obstruction, disturbing the peace or whatever you call that in the UK.
Stop. In America, it's called stop resisting. Stop resisting.
Right. Stop resisting my fist.
How are you supposed to stop resisting if a Belgian Malinois or a German Shepherd is biting the fuck out of your leg?
God, I love that you brought that up, dude.
You're just supposed to whip it out, I think.
I like dogs, but guess what? I've also had dogs attack me. And I'm telling you what, a fucking police dog comes after me, he's gonna have to fucking bear down on me. So
I wonder if
fucker bite the shit out of me.
I wonder if a policeman's ever sent a dog to attack a person, and that person's been a trained dog trainer, and he instantly stops the dog.
You know what? Biscuit. I've actually seen a video where a guy sent his dog in, and he's coming through the forest and shit, and the dog's barking, and he comes into like the light, and you can see this guy standing there with his dog holding him up like this, and the guy's got his gun on him, and he's going, "Put my dog down, put my dog down." It's possible.
Good
boy. Yeah, good boy.
There's one recently, not long ago, where some state troopers and some town cops, somewhere maybe down south Midwest, they had this dude was in a fucking 18-wheeler, and they were trying to pull him over, and he screwed up. He should have pulled over, but aside from failure to yield, he wasn't speeding. He didn't have any traffic violations. He really didn't do anything. And they get him outside of the vehicle. They have him at gunpoint. He has his hands up. The statey says to the town cop, "Do not release the dog if he has his hands above his head." Yeah. About 3 seconds later, the fucking cop lets the dog go.
He says it multiple times. He says, "Do not release the dog. Don't release the dog," because he sees the cop getting ready. Don't release the dog, and he releases the dog, and the dog bites the shit out of him.
You know why? Because the handlers want the dogs to have experience.
I know. They want them to bite people because
they want them to get that fucking rush.
Yep.
And that's what it's about half the time. Like when you got dogs gnawing on people, and the way they're pulling them off, you can tell. The way they're pulling that, I know dogs, man, and the way they're pulling them off, they're fucking encouraging. Good boy, pull off. Stop. Good boy, stop. It's like they're sending all the wrong commands.
And if the man defends himself against that dog and kills it, that's killing a police officer, right?
Well,
no, it's not.
No, they'll shoot you. If you have a knife and you stab at the police dog and to defend yourself, you're dead. You're a dead man.
But I thought,
but you can sacrifice a forearm. And
I thought
choke 'em
police
out.
dogs were seen as police officers in the eyes of the law.
I mean, you kill a police dog, you're not going to be charged with murder.
Welcome to the party,
No.
John.
But would you not be charged with assault on a police officer?
I don't think so. No.
No.
I'm curious
I don't
if they
think
could
so.
come after you with it though, like if they really wanted to.
I think it depends if the handler has a video camera on his chest.
Cup of tea. Cup of tea, of course, has the answer.
Mountain dogs just shove 2 fingers up its ass. Apparently, that stops them from anything.
That's just foreplay, Biscuit.
I read that as I'm a little stoned. I read that as mountain dog to prove dominance. I'm like, is he talking about like a Burmese mountain dog? Yes, right. Now I reread it. Now it's totally perverted. Yeah, okay. Makes much more sense for him. That's classic. Dog can be killed without any weapons. Yeah, there is.
I have a quick question for the group.
It's true.
We're in post-apocalyptic Fallout, and they use bottle caps in that. What do you think would be the currency in a post-apocalyptic world for us? My personal thought is Bic pens.
Nah.
Bic pens.
I actually think pencils, because
no, you're all wrong. The currency will be fresh water and food.
I know, but we're talking about
in reality
shit for
you
the
did
rich.
ask
Why do you?
We're talking.
Why
about
do you think fresh water will be scarce?
Because it's said in a Fallout situation, most of the water will be radiated.
Ah, you're right.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're right.
I
You can't capture rainwater; it's useless. In fact, have you
I've played a lot of Fallout. Fresh water is scarce.
I know. I got to give you this, RW. You're gonna love this. There was a TV series. It was called. There was a TV series. It was called Last Ship, which is actually a book. Last Ship, and it's about.
I've watched the series, The Last Ship.
Yes, you did, but it's completely off because the book is actually the most difficult book I ever read in my life.
What is the radioactive isotope that gets in the water and doesn't disappear throughout the rain cycle?
I don't know, but I got to tell you about the theme of the book, okay? And the theme of the book is everybody launched. We got a story of a destroyer, and later an American destroyer, and we had the story of a Russian submarine that survives.
I've seen the show, but if the book's different, I'm curious.
Yeah, the book is completely different. So what happens is everybody launches, and the American vessel, I think it was like I don't know if it was a cruiser. I think it was I want to say a destroyer.
I think it was a destroyer.
It was a destroyer, and it basically went through the whole protocol. And what that involves is rinsing the ship with water constantly. Everybody's below decks as far as low as they can get, and you're rinsing the thing because the whole atmosphere has become contaminated. Anyway, they end up in the southern oceans because apparently around Antarctica and southern Pacific and the Indian Ocean, it's like an atmosphere that does not interact with the rest of the planet. And they end up meeting up with these Russians, and they find an island, and they have female crew members on the American ships.
That's unfortunate.
Well, no, they end up having like a settlement deal where they let the women make the decisions, and basically they breed. And the ones, yeah, and the ones who are most prolific are the Russians because they were in the submarines.
What?
The Americans are all the Americans are sterile, and except for the women. I guess sperm is more. I don't know. More fragile than eggs.
So the sperm is worth more than fresh water.
In any event, Last Ship. You got to look it up.
I dare say that there's plenty of sperm on this planet. More than enough.
At the moment, more than enough. Yeah.
Yeah, but how effective is it?
That was an element of the movie. I don't know if it was an element of the book, but there was a movie called A Boy and His Dog.
I saw that.
Starred Don Johnson and Melanie Griffith.
Yeah, that was a fucking great movie too.
That was an element of that. Remember when he was?
Yeah.
Remember the farm?
Everyone who was.
I don't remember much about that movie because that was like
to get someone from the top.
Yes.
That was like that. I remember how impressed I was, but I don't remember the reason why.
Yeah, it was a fine movie.
Yeah.
So in the show, it was a pandemic, right? It was a virus.
Dude, I saw that in a drive-in. I saw that in a drive-in movie. You believe that?
I think we're talking about two movies now.
Yeah, no,
Boy and His Dog.
There was a fallout thing, wasn't it? A nuclear thing.
I thought in the last ship it was in the TV show it was about a virus.
Yeah, the last ship was a virus.
Yeah, the last ship was bullshit. That's why I'm saying it doesn't
Talk
represent
about
the
creative. What do they call it when a
series.
producer can be creative and change
creative license?
You think
creative? That's one hell of a creative license.
Yeah, because it deviated completely. Although it was a pretty good show. I liked the one on TV. It was good.
All right, back to that currency question. That's interesting. Let me ask you this. So, like, there's a pretty fun YouTube channel. The guy's name is Producer Michael. He visited a famous Hollywood jewelry salesman the other day. The other day, I was watching his video. I don't know when the hell he did it. So the guy is showing him some diamonds. Shows him a $22 million yellow diamond. Is that going to be worth anything in the scenario that you're bringing up, RW? Absolutely not. It has no value.
I love you say that because
it has no value aside from what we say it has.
I agree with you, Steve. I think that's an astounding fucking point to bring up because I've often had these discussions with my wife. I said to her, you know what diamonds are worth? They'll get you a can of beans and maybe a couple of cigarettes. If you got to cross a border, maybe that'll help too. And that's exactly what that shit comes down to.
A diamond has no actual physical use today.
Yeah. Except for as a
industrial
tool.
wise, it does. Yeah.
But that diamond you're talking about is a large diamond. The small diamonds are in abundance.
Yeah, this diamond was like really no bigger than your thumb, dude. It was not huge.
That's still a rarer diamond than the tiny ones that you get sprinkled all over your still saw blades, for instance.
Of course.
I don't think that it will have value because it's just a rarity, and unless you're going to scratch other rocks with it to test their hardness value, I can't see it having a tool purpose.
Yeah,
but
it just has a luster value like gold, gold has an actual electronics value at the moment, but
it has a valuable value as well because it's the easiest metal to work with.
Yeah,
but my question on that exact thing is: do you think that the precious metals that people are hoarding at the moment will be a good bartering medium if there is a major shitstorm?
No, you got to buy.
People are hoarding precious metals.
At the minute, people are
one of the options people take.
At the moment,
you guys need to go to Costco and just buy canned goods.
At the moment, people have got excess.
Some navy beans.
People have got excess funds for stuff they don't really need. Whereas in a survival situation, what you really need is water and food, and somewhere to stay. And that's
what's an example of a precious metal?
I would say gold or silver because they're easier metals to work if you're going to try and make tools. But then again, you're not making mining tools or anything with those. They're too soft.
Boron?
Who's a moron?
Boron?
Geologist.
What are you calling a boron?
That, I'm sure.
I guess batteries would be very valuable.
Lithium? Is that a metal?
Yeah, I mean, if people are going to hold on to battery tech, for as long as they can. But besides flashlights, I'm not sure. Besides radio and flashlight, I'm not sure.
I mean, I don't know what do you consider post-apocalyptic? You mean a lot like everybody's dead or almost everybody? And
I would say something that can take our logistics system down. Like, say there's a cyber pandemic and it completely wipes out the grid.
I got it for you, man. Just $300. Go to Costco, buy canned beans, and make sure you got a wood burning stove and a nice couple of hot plates and corn. Corn's good. Corn on the husk or corn in the can, and you're gonna make it.
I think there's better options. I gotta say,
appreciate
McGregor.
Yeah, like
Will they-
canned vegetables.
Will,
Canned
will they have
vegetables,
Wi-Fi at Costco?
I honestly think
I think
we don't care
dry
about that,
ingredients,
Last Dance. We're getting
dry
canned
ingredients
food,
like
man.
dry ingredients like pasta and rice, things like that. Canned vegetables.
I need a can of internet.
Yeah,
You're gonna be
rice.
struggling.
Rice is
in
the
this
easy
situation, there is no internet.
one. Biscuit, rice.
Well, then what's the reason why live then?
And you know what the other one? Biscuit, potatoes, man.
Go on.
Because you can regrow
Well,
the
no,
potatoes.
Well, you can, but not if the soil is infertile.
Oh, well, that's right. That's right. We're talking about cataclysmic shit. So, but yes, you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
if you're underground.
I mean, that's a nuclear fallout situation. That would be
Yeah.
a whole different ball game.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what you do? Like if you live near the ocean and grow potatoes, like you go harvest seaweed and you stack that on top of the potato mounds, and as they're growing, the seaweed leaches tons of nitrogen into it. There's an issue with salt. You got to get the salt out of the seaweed first, leave it out in the rain
You
for
just
a bit.
lick them.
Like,
a big licking party.
Like there's way to fertilize things with nature, and
Piss on the
you know what
seaweed.
if you know what
Actually,
you're doing,
Steve,
dude, there's nitrogen in the leaves that are growing. That is the
Steve,
same
that's a valid
nitrogen,
point, because
same
during
nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium that a plant requires is in the living plant itself, and all plants.
They actually
you could grow. You could actually grow stuff in water like I do right now.
I hate to say it, but the state of Florida actually harvested a lot of seaweed. That big mound that came across a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
A lot of harvesting went on there, and there was some processing, fertilizer
What was that shit called
processing.
again, dude? Well, it had a funny name.
Sargasso.
Sargasso. It reminded me of
Sargasso.
Sargasso. Maybe that sounds
there a
like
football player by that name?
He passed away.
Tony, right?
Tony Saragusa. Yep.
Oh, but he wasn't from Western Africa, was he? Because that's where this shit comes from.
No, he was from New Jersey.
That'd be
You know what it
interesting
is,
arrival
dude?
story.
That was a classic example of the years later they're going to find out when they do the testing that was just like a major dump of fertilizer in the whole Atlantic Ocean. I don't know where it came from, Europe, whatever. It was just like a massive,
huge.
Yeah, I've heard of the Sargasso Sea, right?
Yes.
You know where it all comes from, though. It's like these releases of fertilizers into the oceans.
I've heard that. There's theories. Yeah. There's imbalances of that.
You know what I was thinking about? I got to tell you guys tonight. This was a brain fart I had. Like maybe 20 years ago, we had a drought here. It was dry, man. There was a lot of fires going on around. And one of the things was I worked in like the western part of the city. And it's hard to tell you what it's really like out here, but mostly canals, and it's like on the edge of the Everglades, things like that.
Intercoastal mangroves.
No, I'm far away. I'm far away from the intercoastal. I'm far west. And there's creeks and canals, because that's what we all are down here. And we had this drought, and the water came down low. And it was amazing because these blackbirds were going into the muck where the water was before, and they were pulling out little oysters. And they were pulling them out, and there were trees along there. And those were not indigenous trees, by the way. They were black olive trees. And they would go up at the top of the trees, and they would take those oysters and drop them on the ground.
Seagulls do that up here with clams.
Yeah.
They pick them up,
put them down, and drop them again. We'd have them drop them on our cars. I figured it out. It took me a little while to figure out that they were breaking them open.
The sky is falling.
To eat them.
No,
to eat them.
How did they figure that out?
I don't
They're
know.
very smart.
That was Last Dance. Thank you. That is exactly what fucking freaked me out. I'm like, how did they figure that out? And I'm telling you, they knew that for probably 1,000 years.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that made me feel feeble because I realized those birds were a lot smarter than I am.
Well, shit, you can't even jump 2 feet, let alone fly.
I don't
But
know.
nonetheless, you're talking about the line. I'm talking about the time stream. You know what I mean?
Up here, they do it, and the younger ones do it and drop them on the beach and hope that it hits a beach rock. The smart ones drop them in the friggin' parking lot, baby.
Yeah.
Cracks on one shot.
Yeah.
They eat it.
Yeah.
Then the young ones learn from the older ones. Yeah. Interestingly, McGrand, my birds, they ain't talking to your birds. And I'm sure birds all in between are doing this.
Oh, so they're on the internet now, just like everybody.
Guess what,
this is
just
clearly
like us.
A
it's just like us. Me, old bird, talking to the young birds.
Yeah, but it's interesting. This is clearly a behavior that they have all adapted and learned. It's almost like instinctual for them. Yeah. So it's probably 100,000 years or so they've been doing this, you know?
Yeah. Well, think about this. There's no internet for them. So they just dig around in the mud. So when Last Dance is post-apocalyptic and there's no internet, he's probably going to discover some pretty amazing stuff by being so bored he's digging in the mud.
Yeah. And the beauty
I'll
of
just be looking for internet until I starve to death.
No, the beauty of it is the lack of internet is not going to mean anything. That is the lesson here.
Oh, it will.
Well,
you know why?
It's going to be a culture shock for the people, man.
Do you know why it'll mean a lot?
We old white will be the tribal leaders. We will bring them out of the abyss.
Most people, if anyone's like me, they check their phones for information at least 100 times a day just to clarify something. And once that's gone, everyone will be lost. They won't be able to think for themselves.
No, Biscuit. You know what?
At least for a year or two before they learn to think again.
Or they learn to drop clams on parking lots.
Yes.
We'll be learning from the birds then.
No, but this
society will crumble and riot because they can't get the information that they've been so used to having.
You know what, Biscuit? In a moment of ultimate calamity, you would be surprised how people adjust.
Yeah, calamity brings clarity.
They just everybody. Guess what? Do you live in an apartment? A house?
I live in a house, yeah.
Okay. So, do you have many neighbors you have never met?
No. I've met everyone on the street.
Okay.
Now.
So, in the moment of a calamity, your neighbors will become your family. And that's what happens because humanity has this fucking genetic code.
The neighbors
of
alike will be my family. The rest of them
because we are so I'm just saying we're social animals. And even though under civilized terms we may be alone.
I am relatively friendly with, say, 80% of the street.
Holy shit, Biscuit. I bet you're friendly with everybody you meet. Because you're a nice guy, I can tell.
I'm friendly with them at first, and then when they piss me off, that's it. They're dead to me.
I've yet to see you be aggressive, Biscuit. I've yet to see you be aggressive.
It's very difficult. You have to do something egregious as fuck.
Yeah.
I remember a calamity or two, and people did not adjust to it.
Usually, it takes maybe 3 years of being a complete fuckhead to me before I start getting aggressive.
Yeah, you got about 3 years on me then. I respect people, but I don't trust people that I don't just hand out trust. Like, I'll trust somebody, but if they show me they're not trustworthy, I don't continue to do it.
I give people the benefit of the doubt at first, and then they slowly lose it over time.
Biscuit, I used to work with this guy. I'd come in. Yeah, I worked in a office environment. It was sales, and I would come in every morning, and I was always an early guy. I'm an early morning guy, and I would come in, and this guy he was like, we had like cubicles, you know. This guy was like over here, and I had glass. I could see him, and every morning I would say good morning to him. He wouldn't say shit. Every morning. He was I think it was Czechoslovakian. In my business, it was like we had all kinds of guys, Russians, Czechoslovakians. Anyway,
it's like 6 different countries now, so you're going to need to be more specific.
You're right. I apologize. don't know.
Steve can.
I
can
think it was
officially
Czech
go live
Republic.
on Rumble.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
And but he was hungry and vicious, and Czechs, they're like driven. He was not. Anyway, every morning I would do it. He was like so consumed with himself. And one day I said good morning, and he stood up and he goes, "You know what? Every morning you come in here and you say good morning. I say nothing to you and you say good morning."
Yeah, did you guys fight or something at that point?
No. And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "I like you." So that's what it's about. It's all about
That was
persistence.
that was a tall wall to climb, brother.
Non-aggressive effort to communicate.
But you know what? At an office just like yours, there was someone just like McGrand who did the same thing, and the guy that was just like the Czech guy got up and shot him and everybody else in the office.
Wow. What, did you experience something like that?
No, of course not.
That's why he retired.
Last stance. I think your comments today were sort of revealing. So I am somewhat sympathetic to your condition, and the government aspect is somewhat illuminating.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever watched the series? It's on Netflix. It's the Miss Ambassador.
Nope.
Ambassador. Do you have Netflix?
Yes, I do.
Madam Ambassador.
Oh, is that with Tia Leone?
Is that her name?
I don't know.
Yes, you do, because you like her too.
If it's Tia Leone, yeah, she's pretty nice looking.
You've never watched that series?
No.
You're muted, Steve.
Is that the one
There
from
you go.
King of Queens, the female?
No, that's Leah Remini.
She's hot.
Leah
Anyway.
Remini.
Miss Ambassador. I encourage you to launch yourself a journey of monotonous, and
All right.
it's stimulating for you because you will remember the history. It's what I liked about that series was it's a female creator. The producer seems to be a female, but it's the timeline. It's just perfect how the writers use current events to create current.
No,
It was a CBS production. It was a once a week.
the thing I'm thinking of was called Madam Secretary.
That's it.
Okay, and that is Tia Leone.
Okay.
I watched a thing on Netflix the other day called Painkillers, and that was distressing and upsetting. And it
Was
a
that
true
about
story.
that was about the
Oxy.
Sackler family?
Sacklers.
That's right. Yeah, that was distressing, and I was shocked when I saw Rudy Giuliani portrayed on there.
What was he portrayed as?
The lawyer that got them off of the big.
Got them off with
they were
fine.
just about to get. Yeah, they got them off with a 10 billion fine in total.
Right, instead of
of having massive justice, getting them all in prison and that.
Yeah.
It took one phone call to White House.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. I like
who
it.
was the president at the time?
I'm not sure. It didn't say in the show.
I will say regarding Giuliani, I did think he was pretty awesome years and years ago
When he was the mayor.
Yes.
This is where my entire Giuliani perspective comes from. The first time I ever knew that he even existed was in the second Borat film, preying on a young girl, and it
The
was
second
real.
Borat.
He actually
Was
did
it Borat? How could you do that?
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever saw the second. Oh yeah, that right. When he's buttoning his pants.
It's called Borat subsequent movie film.
you're
And he
right.
actually thought the girl was 14, and he was still gonna do stuff.
That was freaky.
And Borat himself had to come in and stop it.
That was.
Well, Sacha Baron Cohen had to come in and stop it.
It's like cringe right now, even just thinking about that scene. I guess I had like blocked it out because it was totally cringe. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
But in the 9/11 times and the times of when he was like cleaning up New York City, which I guess like he moved a bunch of homeless and shit out of like the nice parts.
I also
They
heard
gave him a free bus ticket, I believe.
Did he not?
Yeah.
Did he not also pioneer RICO law as well for mobsters and stuff?
Rico, yeah. And
Not
that
familiar.
goes to another point.
Hey.
That's one of the charges. What's up, brother? That's Trump has gotten from Georgia is a RICO charge, which is racketeering. Like in a group or a large scale racketeering charge, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, it only takes 2 people.
Was it
The
not
defense-
the conspiracy to defraud the government or something like that? With the
to violate
vote.
so many laws.
Right.
And yeah, that's one of the things I heard Giuliani saying, that this is not what RICO was intended to be used for. That's kind of stupid.
Well, he would say that though, wouldn't he?
Right. That's what I mean.
He's in the crosshairs.
That's a stupid defense, you know. Like
Giuliani.
if you
He can't say he can't say I invented this law, so you can't put me on the spot with this same law.
right,
What if he
exactly.
can?
Mhm.
It's
Totally,
it's-
man.
This whole thing is a stain on American history.
No, it's not.
Did
No,
you guys-
listen, I've said it before. I'll just real quick, RW, and I'll say it again. I just want, if the dude did something wrong, let's get it all out. Let's do this fair. I'm fine with it. I just don't want it to be lock him up, get this shit done, get it in there, do it. Just fucking do
In
it.
my opinion, even the top ranking officials, if they've done something wrong, they should be held accountable for it. Everyone should be accountable for anything that they get caught with.
Simple.
If you don't get caught, fair enough. But Trump's so stupid that he can't help but flaunt his things, because I don't think he understands that he's done something wrong.
I don't think he's
Believe
capable of understanding that.
No,
think it's
because
on
he
purpose.
believes he's above the law. He thinks because he's a celebrity, he can do what he wants.
Well, he's not wrong. Guess what? They get away with a lot more, in my opinion.
Yeah. I guess the question I would ask, is there more of a target on his back because of who and what he represents?
No, for sure there is.
I don't believe that. I think he's more of a target on his back because he's putting himself out there so much that he's making it easy for people to prosecute him.
No,
I mean,
well, putting yourself out there is totally legal. Doing illegal things.
No.
right?
I mean, he's putting his illegal things out into the public and literally saying what he's doing. You can't just ignore that shit when he's saying he's doing illegal shit on air.
Exactly. He's a dick, and the world sees it.
Yeah,
I will say this. I don't like him at all, and I'll never vote for him again, but I don't trust these indictments, and that doesn't mean that they're wrong. But I think anybody who says something's going to happen should be wary, and we should wait to see what the results are.
I agree with you, but I think what you're really saying is you are cautious about the indictments. It's not that you don't trust them.
There's caution. I'm cautious about them, and there are certain aspects to them that I find troubling.
And in Spanish, you would say "espérate." Slow
All right,
down.
let's break out real quick with the troubling aspects of it.
The things that seem like they're criminalizing speech seem troubling. The thing that seems like they're reading minds. I think you can't do that. You need better evidence than trying. If something can be interpreted in more than one way, you need to have something more than that. So, when Trump says, for example,
We
I
have
need
more than
11,000
Hold
more
on, my friend.
votes.
Yeah.
He tells the Georgia Secretary of State, I need 11,000 more votes. And, he said a little more than that. But,
that.
I think I know what he was asking for. I think he was asking for them to cheat, which is what he's been indicted for. But that doesn't mean that there isn't another equally valid explanation. And you definitely need more evidence than just that
Well,
statement.
Shit.
But that's what the trial's for. And if he's got an explanation, he
Uh,
should give it
Well,
Well,
his
here's
explanation
and
is freedom of
defend his
speech.
case.
I knew
Well-
it wasn't right, but I said it anyway. But I'm an American. I can say anything I want to say, except
Here's the
fire
thing.
in a goddamn movie theater. That's what
Here's
it
the
is.
thing.
It's that basic. Because he
It
has
is-
no defense. It's
It is
bullshit.
it is completely legal to question election results with this guy Brad Raffensperger. What he did, it's a question of whether or not he, as NPR said, bullied him into trying to gain 11,000 votes, or was he questioning
Dude.
the validity of the election in the sense of
You know what?
Hold on, my friend. Was he questioning? And this is going to be his defense, that he was asking a question about the election, saying it seemed crooked to me. I want this shit looked into. That's okay. That's legal to do.
That is okay.
But
I agree
what's
with
not
that.
legal to do is to bully him into trying to gain votes that possibly
Right.
didn't exist.
And do we know?
Which is doing that right now with bullying
All I
people
need
to
is
not testify as well, isn't he?
11,923 votes. That's all I need.
He's
That's right.
bullying people on his social platform right now, saying "Don't testify or else."
Yeah, and that's the other thing.
It doesn't say "or else,"
Witness
but it says
tampering,
or there'll
jury
be
tampering.
consequences, basically, in his own
Dude,
words.
the
I
guy.
forget
You know
exactly
what?
he says.
The beautiful thing about Donald Trump is don't silence him. Let him indict himself.
I think he says "Don't testify or there'll be trouble" or something.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
There's no way to interpret that in any way that's illegal. It's not. It doesn't rise to the
but
level of a true
They
threat.
don't. They
Oh
don't
my
have to.
God.
They have to. What they have to prove is that whether it could have been construed as a threat to the person that it was pointed at.
You know what? I just want him to go out simmering. I think it's going to be hot. I want to see him.
I want him to have a fair trial. And
That's
you know
right.
what? This is an evil man. I got to tell you. And
I don't want him
care
around
what you
either.
guys and nobody
Legrandi,
disagrees
I
with
think
me.
I think you're wrong there. I don't think he's an evil man. I think he's a greedy, selfish man.
Well, you know what?
I think he's
I
even worse
accept
than
your
greedy.
counsel. I accept your counsel, Biscuit, because I think you're right.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get carried away.
Yeah.
I got a dark side too, but I think being a logical person, you're right.
He's a greedy, selfish
He's
man.
a human just like I am, but
Yeah.
I know his frailties, and his frailties with the kind of power he can muster is scary for me. And I think that it's that simple.
Do you see that same thing on the other side of the fence, though, in politics right now, or do you not think that the Biden family is also corrupt?
Well,
innocent till proven guilty, just like Trump is.
the Biden thing, I think it's he's the president. He's a natural target, but I'm not talking about Lysol on my skin or ingesting it. And
that was bleach.
Oh well, I'm going to add Lysol in there just for a little color there, last dance. and
creative license and all that.
You know what, dude? It's been like 4 years with Donald Trump. It's been like a lifetime, and 6 years with him has been even worse. And
you know what though? I'll say this. When he was president and just before and after, he was accused of being everything to a Putin lover to an outright asset of Russia, and all of that Not one shred of that had any validity at all. And this was in every. I mean, at least in the U.S., this was in every left of center media outlet, all net TV networks, every newspaper like the Washington Post and the New York Times, all the magazines, the same story over and over, that Trump was a Russian asset doing Putin's bidding, and every part of that fell apart completely. And even worse than that, some of the evidence was actually planted by the Hillary Clinton campaign, who then went on around the other side, and Hillary pointed out the evidence that her campaign planted, specifically the story of the alleged Russian Alpha Bank server that supposedly Trump's computers were in contact with. That was completely fabricated and planted by the Hillary Clinton campampaiign.
Wow.
But there's numerous things like that.
I'm a layman. I never heard about that one, so I don't think that got much traction, right?
Well, of course, because the CBS and NBC and CNN and MSNBC don't report that story at all.
Oh, okay.
But they certainly reported the accusations endlessly for 4 years, and there was nothing to them. There wasn't just 10% were right, 0% were right.
This goes back to. That's exactly right. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, RW.
Do you believe there is a double standard of justice in the justice system? Because by hearing what you're saying about certain things, I'm curious if you also have the view that there's a double standard.
There's a double standard for who?
Between anybody, dude. I could simply say between Trump and Biden, but I think it's bigger than that. I think that I feel like I'm seeing the justice system weaponized for propagandist reasons or whatever. It's disappointing. That's what I'm experiencing.
Well, I think there's plenty of evidence that.
Are you kidding me?
The FBI, for example, has been weaponized.
We had the National Guard clearing the fucking area in front of the fences in the White House so he could walk down there and fucking hold a Bible. You talk about weaponized.
Hold a Bible upside down.
I think that's a grand example of that. What have we forgotten?
Well, to me, even if Biden's guilty of anything, it's like Biden has robbed a bank with a mask on and done it stealthily, fast, and got out and got away. Whereas Trump has been mask off, brandishing a weapon, staying in the bank for like 24 hours, and then gets fucking caught and dragged off to prison. That's the difference.
Well, we don't know if Biden did anything, so let's...
No, but my point is that Trump's very loud, very brash, and he's putting it all out there for everyone to see. And even if he's completely innocent, he's not making himself look any better than he is. And it's very difficult not to do anything about what he's doing.
I don't like Trump, and I have no sympathy for him. And I would have no doubt believing that he is, corrupt with a small c as well as corrupt with a capital C.
We know for a fact he's corrupt because he's been.
I mean, everything he touches, from his silly Trump University to his charity, everything looks like it's a corrupt organization.
His own business, the Trump Tower or whatever it was, and all these buildings, he lied about the amount that they were worth, and he fudged the numbers in all of his businesses to make him look more wealthy than actually was.
That's pretty standard. It might be illegal, and if he is, he should be called for it. But but that doesn't really excuse.
Is it a sad fact that you can't get ahead in life today unless you're a little bit corrupt?
No, it's not true.
I mean, it might feel that way, but I've seen justice. I've seen good people get ahead.
The most corrupt, but the most corrupt people seem to get the furthest because they're gaming the system.
Do you really want to get to that level, though? If you can live.
No, I don't know, but I'm just saying.
I'll say this: I've known the people that get ahead the furthest, in my experience, are people who are very ambitious, and getting ahead is very important to them. And those same people tend to take shortcuts, tend to do things.
They don't care who they hurt.
Yeah.
There's some truth to that, or if they don't care enough, the value of getting ahead will subsume any regrets or doubts or guilt they may have had about doing something,
if they have those thoughts, yes.
And they'll do this over and over and over again, and they'll kind of. So yeah, I think they're corrupt, but I don't think they start out that way.
No, like for instance, the Apple and Microsoft thing with Bill Gates and I forget who was the Apple guy, but
Steve Jobs.
Steve
Jobs.
Jobs, yeah.
Jobs? What the fuck was that?
I just can't say Jobs.
They fucked each other.
You're retired.
Over, one after the other. After they fucked off the original guy, I think it was the Mac OS, not the Mac OS, the DOS OS. The original computer guy was completely kicked to the curb, and then the other guys like rose to the top. With that's just one.
Well, they were never in the same company.
No, but the original guy who made the on-screen display interface, he.
Oh, you're talking about way back when the Apple,
the
original Apple.
No, the original DOS.
Macintosh, right?
No, the original DOS, the very first interface.
Oh, DOS?
Stolen by Windows, yeah.
Was that? Yeah.
It was the very first visual interface, because before that they had like lights on a board and whatnot.
Well, I hate to say it, but I was around then using computers, so.
Not me. I was riding a bicycle.
Yeah.
He was writing the program to make a bicycle.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, I think
I can assure you of that.
By 1980, Microsoft wasn't that big of a name back then. It
was nothing.
The two personal computers were, believe it or not, Radio Shack's TRS-80 and Apple, and then Apple II.
Wasn't the first Microsoft computer sold for $666?
I don't know. Microsoft made software, and then I knew them first for compilers.
It was either the Apple
for
or
programming
the
languages.
Macintosh. I'll find it.
And guess what? I'm still a Microsoft guy. Everybody, I get a new telephone. Everybody's like, "Why don't you go to Apple?" And I'm like,
"Fuck Apple."
I gotta go to Google. I'm sorry.
How about Wang?
I'm still an Apple guy.
Yeah. When did Wang come into the scene? Wang, well, Wang.
I remember the Wang. I use the Wang.
Apple has its positives. It's when if you want to do movie editing, photo editing, or anything creative, that's what Apple's good at. Everything
and
else
also,
is on the PC.
The community thing that the Apple created with the iPads and the computers and the phones.
Yeah.
So all the shit is interchangeable. Text, everything comes up on every device.
They scored on it. You know what? Brilliant. You know what it is? Apple invested in computer education. Apple was the early one that provided public school with free Apple computers.
When I was at school, we had Acorn PCs.
Well,
I think that was a British company, if I remember.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't have Apple. We had Acorn.
But they were pretty
I think it ran Windows 98.
But
nice.
Windows 98, I remember that. Whoa. I remember that big transition around 2000. Oh my God. You remember that?
Yeah,
of course I remember.
It was the Apple one that sold for $666.66.
Okay.
My school was so cheap that they only had one computer that had hubs going to like 20
number.
20. They had one computer. My school had one computer.
Any tattoos on those
that went to like 20 what do you call it, units with keyboards and monitors, so like one computer split. And
you
it
know
was
what?
slow
That's
as
what I wanted
fuck.
to say. That
McGrand, hold on. Do you realize you're talking over somebody?
I'm just like in a bar. I might try to interrupt somebody, but I don't want to be impolite.
Don't talk over people.
Wait, so are you telling me my volume is for the first time is extremely effective?
It's good, but in a
Okay,
conversation setting, when someone is talking, generally you don't just randomly start talking. Or at least in standard conversation, that's not a thing. But
I know, Steve,
that's your
but
thing.
I apologize.
So you're doing it again.
That's like that.
Right. I think it's like you're you have this like this thing. It's in your mind, so you say it, and I appreciate that. It's fine. I'm just pointing out a thing that try to let people finish their thought and then respond with an appropriate or somewhat
or inappropriate. No, I'm just kidding.
It's fine. Any response, any talking is good. Just all right. Did that make sense, guys? Does that make sense?
Please proceed.
All right. He's done now, so start talking. No. All right.
Dang, so silence is deafening.
Yeah, I had to just throw that in there real quick.
All right, so I have a question for the group then, a conversation starter. I would like to hear all of your wisdom on managing fruit flies in the household. Does anyone deal with that situation?
Well,
get rid of the fruit that they're attracted to. That's what.
There's your fruit
he's got the vinegar.
I have a vinegar trap. Yep. I'm just curious to hear like all the stuff you've tried.
I've got a bug zapper, but the bars are a little bit too wide, so I've got one of them electrified bats that have got a really thin bar spacing, and I just whack.
And you go around and beat the fruit flies.
Yeah,
that sounds like an interesting hobby.
Oh man, a fruit fly just came into the stream.
You got to get rid of the bad fruit.
Hey, Aphid Lip, how's it going?
What's going on, guys?
All right.
Long time no see, buddy.
I know.
Happy Saturday to you.
Thank you.
Just real quick to Smokesteve. I use the same traps, and the best bait I found for liquid is actually homegrown kombucha, more than vinegar, apple cider.
Wow.
So,
okay.
But yeah, I agree. I haven't found anything better than the trap.
But don't they only live for like 2 days or a day?
No, it's like 14 days.
Oh.
Yeah, and they reproduce rapidly.
My best advice is empty a bin.
Yeah.
Well, all that's happening, yes. But the most I can do is take my food and put it in airtight containers, and I haven't dedicated to that yet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I must admit I do have a fruit fly problem. A fruit fly problem.
I don't know. That sounds like a good test to see if you've been drinking.
Yes, I've had two Guinnesses at this point.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. Get another Guinness.
And I've also.
I can't handle the Guinness flavor.
I'm not gonna mention what else I've had.
It's I love Guinness, and it's one of my favorite beers. But
you don't like it, RW?
I like lagers and pilsners, rich ones.
Not stouts.
But I can't do IPA, and I can't do the very strong, unique taste of Guinness. It's very powerful taste.
I think it smooths up anything. But Aphid, what do you have what do you got there? A Frappuccino? The hell is that?
That's right.
It's a Starbucks drink.
It's not Starbucks. He would never pay top dollar.
No, actually, it's not Starbucks, but I do pay, unfortunately.
It's Kmart.
I think it's Circle K.
It's Circle K, that's right.
I'm glad they didn't use a J as their name.
Say it isn't pumpkin spice, bro.
No, it's mocha.
Mocha's good.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna roll out the pumpkin until closer towards Thanksgiving.
No, it's out now. Pumpkin started pumpkin.
Wow.
I saw a was it a Twitter? An X thing, and it was a woman snorting pumpkin spice powder.
That sounds like a good life choice.
Right.
Because what? Like it's like nutmeg or something? It makes you a little high?
I have
think
no
she already
idea.
was.
It was a Starbucks thing, but she was snorting not nutmeg powder. You got me saying nutmeg now. Pumpkin spice powder with a little bottle of why do I keep saying nutmeg?
Because I put it in your mind. You're very suggestible.
He's using Jedi mind
Right
tricks
now
on
I
you.
am.
So that's nutmeg, cinnamon, and allspice.
I'll be
That's
right
gonna
back.
be good for a
Oh.
toot. Yikes!
Oh my God! Talk about a burn and a headache.
Yeah,
Woo.
I mean it is a fabulous taste, but I never got on board for the whole pumpkin spice fat that people are fucking crazy for, these frozen coffees or whatever, man.
Yeah,
I
I
like
I don't get it.
I like
All I
nice
drink
coffee.
is iced coffee. It's just iced
Yeah.
coffee flavored like coffee. I don't add no pumpkin shit.
I mean, I might add a little bit of sugar-free caramel syrup or something like that, but
I've never had
I
But
hear-
what
pumpkin
about your
spice.
health, Biscuit?
Never had
I
it.
said sugar-free.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said, what about your health?
That's right.
Hey,
No,
I
all
drink
kinds of
coffee.
studies.
I drink coffees with the bad sweeteners in my coffees, like 2 tablespoons of sweeteners in every coffee, and I have about 7 or 8 a day.
Holy dooly!
Yeah, it's not good. I forget which
a number.
I forget which sweetener it is, but it's Canderel brand. My words are not coming out tonight. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
I don't know, dude. I think that those fake sweeteners, they might be worse, man, than sugar.
Well, I'm losing weight, so that's all that matters right now.
Yeah, you're right. My dad's 87, 88, something like that. He drinks like, I don't know. I have to have like Sanka, and I think it's the yellow packet. They all are color coded. There's
Splenda.
Splenda.
Yeah,
yellow.
Splenda.
Okay,
The fact that we know that is bad, right?
pink is what?
Sweet and low.
Sweet and low, yeah.
And blue.
Here, Pink's Tate and Lyle. I don't know if you have that over there.
Can I give you guys some advice?
Blue is equal. The equal.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Here's what it comes down. I know this is scary, but deal with sugar. Use sugar.
I
You know what
agree.
it is. Don't deal with those other chemicals. Because I've seen guys that went on diet, fucking Coke, and fucking exploded. They became big fat men. You know what I mean? Deal with the
That's
sugar.
because that's purely because Diet Coke, like it makes you more hungry in the long run. You just eat and eat and eat.
Aspartame is Diet Coke,
yeah.
I believe.
It's guys. You worry about Area 51 and you worry about artificial sugar. Come on,
I
it's
do
like
worry about
GMO.
artificial
It's the
sugar.
same thing. Like
I worry about
There's
GMO.
nothing. What's wrong with GMO?
Really?
Oh my
Really?
God!
Well, I mean,
Dude.
you're free to eat it, but I choose not to. If
GMO. Do you know what GMOs are?
genetically modified materials, yes. I'd
And
rather
how
take
do,
that.
and how do they genetically modify those fruits and vegetables?
My understanding is that they do different things for different ones, but a majority of the what they do is Monsanto's genetics, so that the crop can't be killed by Roundup.
No,
Yeah, that's
my understanding is that they selectively breed for the best traits in the fruits and vegetables. That's GMO.
That's
No,
not
no,
GMO.
that's wrong. No,
That is
they
wrong,
splice
Biscuit.
they'll splice a flounder gene
What,
with
are you saying they'll use
with a corn
they'll-
gene,
Biscuit.
and then they'll
Yeah.
find out
Be
after the fact.
thankful you live in Europe, man.
Then they'll find out
Okay.
after the fact that like monarch butterflies or something are dying for this, but like it doesn't affect it. I don't know. There's just weird.
Yeah.
Are they
genomic
using
modifications.
CRISPR to change the actual genome of the plant?
Yeah.
You know
Yes.
You'd have to go case by case on that.
what? My wife is in Colombia right now. Her mom died.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh.
that sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
You
should-
Sorry to hear that, my grandy.
Well,
Grande was mean to her over the
I
years.
know
as well.
I was. It's a lot of guilt going on here, there, Aphid. You got it.
Jesus, sticking it to him, Apin.
No, but
Well, he made
no.
videos. He got on camera and
Oh,
saying
oh,
how
yeah, I
horrible
did,
she
I
was.
did. And you know what? It's all better that she died because she was suffering, in the end.
Ugh.
So what it comes down to is I got to talk. Actually, I didn't even think about this before, and I'll bring it up about grief, how we handle grief, and how other people handle grief, and what's better and what's worse. So here's what it comes down to: my wife, when her mom died, she called me. She was bleeding out, man, fucking crying like you can't believe. It went on for like 2 days, and then she became reasonable. She fucking mourned. You know what I mean? Mourning is important, and then everything became more reasonable. And I think with Americans, a lot of times is what we do is we suck it up. We don't say shit about people we really love that die. You know what I mean? And then it ends up haunting us for a long time. But with them, they fucking suffer. Same thing with the African Americans, Africans, and other cultures. I've noticed that with how people deal with Steve. I can't hear you.
Are you familiar with sitting Shiva?
Yeah. That's a good thing too, dude. I agree with that because
that's
recognizes mourning. You know,
what faith was that popular with? Last Dance.
I can't remember.
Can you say what it's called again?
Sitting Shiva.
Sitting Shiva, like is it a yoga pose?
No,
no.
Jewish.
It's the Jewish period of mourning.
Oh, okay.
No,
I got to get my puppet a bit. I'll be right back, guys. This is awesome.
Right.
Don't they pray the same prayer over and over?
Honestly,
anyway, what I was getting at, and I don't want to throw off the main theme here about telling you about her and everything else, but that was an interesting tangent that I recognized from her sorrow, that how different we all are from a cultural standpoint in dealing with grief, and you know what, mourning is really important. It's fucking something that's so important. I don't care if you're a right winger or a left winger, or if you're a human being, you got to deal with loss, you know, and it's something special. So anyway, it's like 4 days later, she's a lot better now. So
I think everybody grieves different ways. I don't think it's
they do.
American thing or
they do. It's even, you know, I mean, we talked about it here with pets and everything else. And it's like, I'm not equating my mother-in-law with my pet, by the way, there, Aphid.
That would be too polite.
What was your chief complaint about your mother-in-law?
You know what? All right, I'm going to get my lighter over here so I can smoke.
Well, I didn't want to make you stressed.
Yeah, he's hopefully dropped it out.
Just recently, I
will. It was Steve. I'm not going to lose this opportunity. He asked me a question, so I can respond.
Yes. Answer.
I'll regret it.
I know you may.
Once Smokesteve starts pointing to his head, you need to skedaddle.
That's right.
I know. I got the body language there. I got a little nervous. Even from.
Did I point to my head?
No, dude. I'm like Space Lab guy.
Inside joke.
Remember, I got the moon behind, so I can see all that shit. For me, it's a wonderful thing to be looking at Earth. But anyway, to respond to Last Dance, it was just like overwhelming. You know, just I'm married to my wife now was 30 years. And, you know, I met her when I was young, and it's just the cultural conflicts and the power sharing and all the other things and efforts to manipulate you and your own personal monetary situations.
Did you live with her?
Oh yeah, I had her here for 4 years, man.
Ooh. Well, that's going to be rough for anybody.
Yeah, in a small place, raising 2 boys, you know. So
interesting.
I used to have to take her to church on Sunday. Steve, you're gonna appreciate that. She was a Catholic. But
what would you do? Wait out in the car or go in and enjoy the festivities?
I didn't go in. No. It's been a long time.
Have you ever received communion?
Oh, me. I've had communion a couple of times, dude. I've given up on confessions.
Did you get the sacrament of communion? Are you official?
Dude, I'm a fucking hardcore Catholic. I had my first communion and my confirmation.
Confirmation.
I've seen the bishop. I've even known the Monsignor. I know them all.
You know the Bishop Bernard Law, the one who oversaw Boston.
Yeah, I remember him.
He did the midnight mass at the church, and I happened to be an altar boy there, and I held his hat.
No shit.
Is that code for something?
No,
Yeah.
No.
Did it look like a fireman's hat by any chance?
I kind of fell asleep.
Thank you,
honestly.
Steve, you know what though? He was later banished to Rome, to the Vatican, right? They pulled him out from all the heresy that was going on with the kids. They ended up sending him back to fucking Rome, didn't they?
Crazy.
They gave him the polite way out.
It was you know, at the time, that was a very funny one-liner. Total 10. Fireman's hat. I love it.
Last Dance, this is a wonderful opportunity to see you hysterical.
At the time, dude, we had no idea. And I'll be God honest truth. Nothing happened to me in the department of that with thank God. But there were people within
I talk about
a few miles of my parish growing up that got raped and shit as little kids.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy, dude.
I saw that, dude. I'm an old man here. I saw that shit. I personally, thank God, because thank God I was a big boy when I grew up. I grew up fast. They never fucking came near me, and I was sort of aggressive anyway. And I never had that shit, but anyway.
Yeah, we used to take
I was raised in the Catholic Church in 4th grade. 12th grade.
The altar boys, we would take a bottle of Manischewitz and a couple bags of the Eucharist after the Mass. And walking home, we'd eat handfuls of Eucharist out of the bag and drink a bottle of the Manischewitz, which I always thought. When I was a kid, I was like, even then, I was like, but this is Passover wine. Why isn't there a Catholic wine? What's this about? That's all they got, I guess.
Wow, that's an inner secret, dude. Because I was never an
always
altar boy.
Manischewitz.
I couldn't do it. But I think that's a great secret.
I didn't never realize that. All right, scum.
Yeah, there isn't St. Joseph's Cabernet Sauvignon or anything. It's just fucking Manischewitz. That's
it's a very sweet wine, almost sickly sweet. So maybe
pretty good when you're a kid.
Yeah, maybe that's what
breakfast too. Because the early mass, right? You were doing the early mass, Steve?
No, it was the midnight mass. He came and did.
Oh fuck, midnight! Holy shit!
I think it was Christmas Eve.
It was that's a high mass.
It was huge,
dude. You were wearing the vestments then.
I had the hat. Shit. I started falling asleep on the hat.
Oh shit! You were wearing the vestments. I've been there. I've done those midnight masses. I used to walk through those.
Nuts.
It was sort of nice though.
Place was full. Band was jamming.
Oh yeah, angels everywhere, right? Yeah, angels everywhere.
Playing the midnight special at midnight mass.
No, I got to tell you, I'm like a laid back Catholic, but there are certain times that it's like you're right there with the angels, man.
Yeah.
I don't know how to tell you, but anyway, anybody who had
Catholic Mass is so weird. You repeat all the same shit. At one point, everyone's like, "Now and at the hour of our death," simultaneously. God, Jesus, it's so fucking I don't know,
that's
man.
the Hail Mary, dude.
Cringeworthy.
You know what the one I like?
I know, but there's all these parts of the Mass where you.
Yeah, but you got to interact with your buddies or your dude.
Every religion is cringeworthy.
I always sit in the back, away from anybody that can shake my hand and shit. I'm just okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Once COVID came around, when the peace thing.
The peace thing.
The Catholic ceremony, you shake hands.
Okay.
Everyone was like, "Peace."
Here's the funny thing. I grew up with a little guy.
I'm gonna die if I shake your hand. Yeah, don't touch me.
I actually grew up. My mom used to take me to mass all the time. I'm talking 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, and we had it in Latin, and there was a little card in there, and nobody touched each other back then, by the way. And the priest never even looked at you. He faced the altar, He never looked at you. There wasn't that kind of interaction that's going on right now. And anyway, I can see you guys are moving on, so I'm going to end that little tangent story. Carry on, boys.
What do you guys think about Howard Stern? Anyone a fan?
I mean, I think he had his day, and he
cashed in.
He was entertaining.
As a young man, I used to try to see the titties. That's all. That's
right. Fair.
Here's what I'll say. He did a live show. It's very hard to do a live show. Lots of things can go wrong. Most of the time, things you think are going to be funny aren't going to be funny.
He
did it for a long time and was very successful. So I think that speaks highly of his abilities.
A New York disc jockey that fucking landed it. He's a New Yorker, hardcore New Yorker that pushed the limits way before his time.
Is he still
He
going?
changed. Yeah, he's still going. He changed, though, along the way.
Of course.
Vastly. And he used to make fun of celebrities. That was
right.
part of his.
I remember
shtick.
that.
And it was hilarious. All he did was bust balls. And then now, all of a sudden, he's Howie Hampton's,
he's totally the celebrity himself in every way.
Totally.
He's the people he made fun of when he was younger.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I find that to be disappointing. And his response to COVID was extremely over the top.
Is he still at home?
He's basically written off human beings. He's like, I don't really like people anyway. So
but wait a minute, wasn't he always a bit of a germaphobe? So
yeah,
that's consistent with that, I think.
Totally. I think
for him.
I'll go one step further. I think Don Imus was more original at Howard Stern's age.
At Howard Stern's age, absolutely, Imus was still going strong. But Imus wasn't as successful as Howard Stern was.
No.
When Howard Stern was younger, so Howard Stern retired or could have retired,
Personally, for my tastes, Stern was entertaining. I had Stern on when the planes hit on 9/11. I was painting a mansion in Vermont, and we were in this bizarre atrium area that had a clear roof. So it was fucking the weirdest thing. I can't even describe it. Rich people thing from the 90s. Clear roof. So many problems.
What do you mean clear? Like glass?
It was like half-inch thick plexiglass.
Okay.
Huge sheets of it in this atrium on this rich guy's house. Yeah, it was incredible. But I remember hearing it and I was like blown away. I was like, shit, it's like 9 in the morning. I worked till 5:30. I couldn't wait to get home. And then when you put that on and you see that shit for the first time when those planes hit the building, by 5 o'clock, the video was put together well. It wasn't they're grainy. I think they cleaned them up a little, whatever they do, crop. And I was absolutely shocked by that. And I haven't been there and hearing it from Stern. They had this guy, KC, who was in the crew at the time. They called him Gay C, and he left early, and they never let him live that shit down because they all stayed, and he stayed on the air till noon, and he usually was done by 10 o'clock. I thought that was an incredible show. When the planes hit, he's like, we know who this is. He remembered the first time because it happened earlier, I think in 93.
Yep.
And actually, Biggie Smalls references it in his song that happened before 9/11, and he says, blow up like the World Trade. He's referring to the first time around. But a lot of people who don't understand history at all think that Biggie was predicting it because they didn't even realize they already tried to take it down once,
System of a Down's album, Aerials, had 2 songs in it right before 9/11 that were pretty interesting. Aerials in the Sky, and the other one was Dewey, where it talked about a person that was about to go out and do some shit. And it was just
I love both of those songs. Are fucking bangers, dude. Absolute bangers. And that's interesting. I never realized the juxtaposition with timing in 9/11 on the release.
If you think, if knowing when it came out, if you listen to it again, I'm curious if anything will jump out at you. So if you do that in the near future, let me know.
I just heard Rick Rubin break down the making of that song just not that long ago.
Which one?
Pretty interesting. The Chop Suey one.
Yeah. It's got that interesting, like almost flamenco style fast strumming acoustic guitar at the beginning. You're thinking, oh, this is cool. And then all of a sudden it turns into fucking like speed metal punk bizarre. And then the guy's voice has got such an odd tonality. You know what I mean? Like, I've never heard anything like it. It's totally bizarre and awesome. Incredible. And Rick Rubin did that one too?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Yeah, because I guess that one part where the one part that I remember about him talking about it was he says some line about his father or something. I'm not going to try to.
Right.
I like the song, but I wasn't like the biggest fan or nothing. But anyway, that line, just to finish it, that line was, he told him to pick up, there was he had like a library or something, and they couldn't figure out what else to do with that song, and he's just like, pick a book up, any book, open it up, and then whatever line is on that page, try to sing that. And they did, and that line was from some book that he picked up, just a random passage from a book.
I mean, if you think about the tempo at the part where they're like, self-righteous suicide when angels begin to, at that time it's going like an incredibly slow beat, and then it immediately goes into like this insanely fast beat. It's really got a, it's not like a song. Maybe I agree with you, Aphid. It's not a song I would search out to like jam to. But if it comes
when it came on the radio, I didn't turn it off.
Exactly. Like I was.
And around that time, there's a lot of shit that I turned off.
Exactly.
Because that was that's kind of around the time then. I actually didn't know it was before 9/11. But that was around the time that music seemed to, at least for me, I'm ages me, but like I couldn't stand the direction music was going into, like with Korn and Limp Bizkit and all that crap.
Is it true what Korn's acronym stands for? I'm sure you've heard that it's an acronym.
I have no idea.
I have
no idea either.
True.
It's keep on running something.
No,
that's what I was told in high school.
Run at all. It's not that at all. Not that at all.
Okay.
They came up with the name as a joke, and like they were like talking about like what you might find the day after you eat corn. You know what I mean? And they thought that was funny to name themselves after that. And then they wanted to put a K in front of it to be, to change up a little, be a little more new metal. But they were totally crude. And, that thing you said, not true.
Okay, that's great. That's good to hear. I was like, come on. Hey,
who's your person there, RW?
This is my wife, Sarita.
Hello, Sarita.
Good to meet you. Pleasure.
Good to meet you.
She realizes she's on cam.
Yeah, I asked her to come down because he said there's no snowball's chance in hell. So I was like, oh yeah, solve that problem right now.
That's awesome.
What did you mean by import?
I met her in Australia when I was in college, and we got married, and she's back here in America. We were in Australia during COVID, and we decided to come back here and be with family because we didn't know what direction it was going in. It was starting to get pretty draconian over there, but we were allowed to get rights to leave the country and fly out, and we did. And now we're trying to figure out how to do it here.
So what part of Australia?
Queensland.
Ah,
nice.
Up in the north.
Yep, the beach state.
Has she always been half your age?
But
I honestly thought she was your daughter.
You noticed that, Aphid Lip, huh?
RW, she doesn't have an Australian accent.
I heard it.
Yes, she does.
I heard it.
I think it's leaving.
We're putting you on the spot. Sheila, you can relax now. We're all friends here.
Oh,
Sarita.
She was until you started saying relax, and that made people tense.
Did you hear what her name is, McGrant?
No,
Sarita,
Sarita. Oh,
not Sheila.
I know, but
She is a Sheila, but that's not her name.
I apologize.
Because he thinks he's by calling all Australian women Sheila, he's helping you feel more at home.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was doing. Thank you.
When I think of Australia, specifically Queensland, I think of like things that are poisonous. I know that's like
crocodiles too. Yeah,
That's what every American thinks of.
I'm thinking
I
like
think of
Queensland
throwing another shrimp
brown.
on the barbie.
No, I think there's like these huge Sydney funnel web spiders, these monstrous huge snakes.
You
Fucking
can't
great
talk.
whites.
You live in America. You've got dangerous shit there too.
Nothing like Australia.
Politicians.
no.
Well, we have the big sharks here now. We got the great whites, but our spider and snake game here in the Northeast
You've
Not
got
even.
you've got
It's
black
pathetic.
widows, haven't you?
We couldn't.
You got black
is
widows.
pathetic.
Yeah, but the
I mean,
spiders
I-
are over there, dude.
There's a spot you can go to where it's famous to be able to see an eastern diamondback, and it's like they're nowhere to be found here. These eastern diamondback rattlesnakes, they're hard as hell.
And if you get bit by an eastern diamondback rattlesnake, you just have a beer, watch TV, and at some point you go to the hospital and get some antivenom. If you get bit by anything in Australia, before you even fall down, you're dead. And when you hit the ground, you dissolve into powder. And they never they don't know what happened to you.
No, it's not
They've
true.
got
Yeah.
kangaroos, wallabies, and koalas over there though.
He said koalas.
Which are, thank you for not adding bear to that, by the way. I really
I
appreciate
didn't know that. I didn't know that you have bears over there.
No,
Koala bear.
She said you didn't say koala bear.
Yeah, because it's not a bear.
it's not
It's
a
a
bear.
marsupial. It's a marsupial. It has a pouch.
Yeah.
Close
But it
relative
looks-
of the grizzly.
It looks like a friggin' like Teddy Ruxpin, though. The thing is adorable.
No, they can be some vicious mofo's, man.
Yeah,
They
They're
have
not. They'd seem.
Yeah.
they have sharp
All
tongues.
animals can be vicious. You
Very
just
sharp
keep your
talons.
distance and look at them and go, from afar.
Yes.
What's
they're
that
adorable.
spider? What's this spider you guys got that's like as big as your head?
That's the Sydney funnel web spider.
Huntsman.
Oh, the huntsman. Yeah,
That's it.
The
That's it.
huntsman is big.
those
but
are
the
actually
funnel-
harmless.
The funnel
Yeah, they
web
are,
will kill you.
I mean, I wouldn't want to touch one if I saw one though.
When one runs across your leg, it definitely makes you pay attention.
I bet.
Yeah, and I'm
That's-
sure that more than a few car accidents have happened from one of
Oh
those
my
fuckers coming up your leg, dude.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
I had one underneath my sunshade. I pulled my sunshade and
God.
done.
Oh.
I stopped.
That's exactly the story my son said when he crashed his 2006 Mustang on a median.
He said there was a huntsman spider in the car.
Oh, yeah, he said there was a spider and he crashed it and called me at like 2:00 in the morning.
Uh-huh.
And-
Was it a GT?
No, dude, it was bizarre because he
No, was it a
crashed out.
Mustang GT?
No, it was a
V6.
six cylinder.
All right.
It was the 2006. It was the second year after the retro model,
hmm
and it was a good car, man. He crashed that on the median, and he said it was
Done.
a spider that came down, and we had to do the rescue. Me and my wife. It was in the middle of the night, and I had AAA. Thank God. I had to call the tow
that's-
truck to get it. And anyway, I'm gonna be short. And there was so much debris from the median, like all the fauna on the median. It was all
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
road. It was and it was behind. He ended up landing that car behind the end of a Italian restaurant right on Federal Highway.
Mm.
I got that tow truck in there before the cops even knew what was going on, dude. They were running by all over the place.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You know what's the thing on the internet? Like,
uh,
it's a joke with car people. Like, oh, if someone's revving a Mustang, like get off the sidewalk, like run away, because seriously, like it's a thing with Mustang owners. They over expect that their car is going to handle the horsepower. Even the V6 is probably
exactly,
200.
dude. It was 270 horsepower for a V6, believe it or not. So,
and if you don't have good tires and they're cold and you goose that shit, you're going to be like,
or you're a dumbass fucker that doesn't know anything about horsepower, you know, because it's all rear end. It's all rear end power. So, and it's pretty light, you know, the car, and
lifts it right up. Yeah,
they just lose it.
Yes, and they're rear wheel drive, and often the trunk weighs nothing, and the engine weighs a lot.
Exactly.
And then
exactly.
So it's going to naturally.
You got to
respect. It's got one wheel spinning and it's the back right.
You got to know how to drive the babies. You know, that's what it comes down to. Me, it was no problem. That dumbass, big problem.
I almost crashed from a Hornet in the car. So I mean, if it was a legit story, I can see where he's coming from.
No.
Straight out of Tommy Boy.
Yeah, no, dude. You're such a big man, but you're so helpless as this little inch thing is flying around.
I know. That's true.
I am scared of bees, wasps, hornets, but I can stand near a bumblebee or a bee if it's being peaceful on flowers and just hopping from flower to flower. But come near me with a wasp, and that's it. I'm out of there. I'm running faster than I've ever been.
Evening, Topple.
Hi, Topple. Come on here. So this guy, Killer Sieg, I think RW, you might know him from.
Yeah, he's a good communicator.
He's in the green room here.
He is.
He just has a avatar, but do you think it's trust? Yes, or
I mean.
Oh yeah, let him on for
sure. Out for me. But he did come on camera. If you ask him to come on camera, he'll probably come on camera.
If you want to just show yourself real quick, Killer Sieg, and like give me a wave, and then I'll click you on. But I did talk to this guy earlier, and I DM'd him on Discord, so I think it's
he said he got an invite from RW.
Yeah, I invited him from Drone Tech.
I'll keep my finger on the remove button, so if something goes wrong,
there he is. Hey, sorry, shit, you're on camera now. I mean, did you want that? All right, add the stream.
He has your
he's on.
He's unmuted though.
Mike is on mute.
He works now Last Dance for what you retired from, I believe. You guys, even for the government and everything, I think you're on the same experience.
Okay.
Cool.
Well,
Killer Sieg.
Good evening, Killer Sieg.
You mean he's a hired assassin?
You're on mute. You're on mute.
You're muted, buddy.
Killer Sieg.
I didn't know. I mean, if that I didn't get the full job title, but from either, so it's very possible that is still a true statement.
Killer Sieg.
In fact, he looks like me 30 years ago. Maybe it's just a time lag, and it's me.
Right. Welcome to the future.
You're muted.
Sieg, you got to take your mute off, buddy.
Oh, I'm mute. You sound like you're dropping.
There you go.
There you go.
So good. So good.
I was told the opposite, Smokesteve. I was told that I was that you were the way younger version of me.
Oh no,
RW kept on telling me how beautiful and like how luscious your locks are.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he wasn't the operative.
Well, he's got it up in a ponytail. Well, he's hiding his beauty now.
He only breaks it out when he shreds.
Now he looks like. Now he's got that Thor look going.
Yeah, where is your hammer, dude?
Yeah, you really need a hammer.
I've got hammers, man.
It's in the yellow toolbox behind him.
All right, hold on.
It's a video game.
I got a knife. It's stuck. It's a locking blade that's now stuck open. So it's now a fixed blade. It's a fixed blade.
I'm not sure that's very intimidating as a Thor weapon, though.
I think that's pretty intimidating if a guy walks up to me with a knife. I don't know.
I barely stuck it in up there. It could come careening down into my jugular at any second. That's rock and roll, baby.
I wish RW's better half would say, "Now that's not a knife."
That's not a knife.
Oh yeah!
Boom.
I need to watch them again.
10.
You are now the most valuable member of this panel.
Good job.
Let's
That's got to be record time.
let's go, Topple. Join
Oh,
in.
What the hell does he have?
Randy.
He's got a
What
sword.
was that? A bow and arrow?
Now he's got like
Why you
a
got a sword for me,
sword
Grandy?
over here.
Did he have a sword?
I thought
Yeah,
so.
he's got I think it's a fake one by the way it shines. It looks
I thought he was just checking his oil.
Don't trip.
That'd be the
with that
manliest way to check oil. Yeah.
it looks plastic.
Is that your
Grant,
letter
it's-
opener, bro?
thing. It's because you have
Get a
that
shit ton of
virtual.
mail.
You have that virtual background, so we're getting blanked out on the sword a little bit.
I know, but
Yeah.
it's
It's
like
mystic, bro.
I
It
actually.
looks-
Is that the hu- is-
How long
Is
is
that
it?
the-
Is it a Scottish claymore? It looks pretty
Yeah,
long.
it's a
it
claymore.
looks
I
like the
actually-
Highlander
big it
sword.
is.
I gotta work on this.
Is it a Highlander sword?
Yeah, it's supposed to be,
Yeah.
but I got it because I actually sold a lot of shit for a company called Claymore. Anyway,
Is it sharpened or is it unsharpened?
no, it's like
Well, after all
it
the,
could probably do some damage, but
after all the kills, it's kind of dull now.
nah, there's no
Right.
kills.
I saw the
But-
notches.
Anyway,
It's just a display piece, isn't it?
the only
Is-
reason
what is this?
down
Show
here
and
is-
tell? Come on, people.
I know. I apologize. I'll put it
This is
away.
the,
Here we
well,
go.
this is like the cool part of show and tell, where like someone brings in something actually cool.
Yeah,
Oh, there it is. Show and tell.
Is that Smucker's hard candy ice cream shell?
it's the liquid. It's turned hard. It's like magic chocolate. It's like
Yeah,
crap,
that's what I was
You
saying.
pour it over ice cream and it hardens.
but it's delicious.
I would say something, but I'm the kind of kid that would like pour like a gallon of that onto my ice cream every night.
It's like high ice cream.
I think easily a couple $1,000 of my parents' money went to that.
It's like crack. You have to be able to control yourself. My dad drinks. You guys were talking about Vermont maple cider, I think, early on, and or not
Maple syrup.
maple syrup. And my dad will drink that stuff.
He'll just
Literally,
get
They're
shot
just like
glasses
yeah,
and
it's
just-
like a
it's so
hummingbird.
gross.
Yeah.
Ew.
So, are you from up there in the northeastern part of the country?
No, I was born and raised in Maryland. My parents are from the Blue Mountains of PA,
Oh, whereabouts in Maryland?
Marriottsville near Eldersburg.
Yeah, I know that. I
Yeah.
live in Maryland.
Okay. My sister lived in Baltimore, and we lived about, I mean, if there was no traffic, we lived like 45 minutes west of her. But
Uh-huh.
dear God, the Beltway, I would avoid any
Yeah.
chance I could.
Too many
So-
snipers.
So you have maple trees in Maryland?
We have
Oh,
maple
yeah.
trees. We're in North
Absolutely.
Carolina now, so there's maple trees here too.
Are you by the coast?
No, we're about
Mountains?
You're to-
4 hours. Yeah, we're near the foothills. We're in the
Oh,
foothills.
awesome.
I was
I'm
learning
a
about
mountains
computer
guy.
radios and moonshine. That's
So
that's what my
east
town's
side of
about.
the foothills.
Tobacco and moonshine?
Yeah, I'm right near Sparta.
Can you get moonshine? I've always,
Dude, I can
had
throw a
it-
rock and hit a still.
Dude, I had some from Tennessee back in college. My buddy came back with jars. Some of them had like maybe 10 or 12 grapes at the bottom. Other ones had a whole peach at the bottom, no pit. So it was two halves. And he always said, you take the fucking pit out, bro, because you can get like arsenic and shit in the if they put the.
Yeah, no, the
Because
pip has not arsenic,
cyanide
cyanide. Yeah.
and the whiskey dissolves it pretty well.
I don't know about our
Yeah, it's a solvent.
I don't know about
I proof, dude.
I eat every once in a while. I have a bag of raw apricot pips, the inside of the seed, for taking it to get that cyanide, because in small amounts it's believed to kill cancer cells. So it tastes like a amaretto, and if it's
Interesting.
true, it's worth it.
I don't know about RW's place, but like I'm from Wyoming, so when we make our moonshine, there's like 3 different types of alcohol, I guess, and one of the other 3 that can make you blind and shit.
The methyl.
We have to worry about that. Like, sorry, what?
Methanol.
Yeah, methanol,
Methanol. Yeah.
Yeah,
as they call it in Australia.
It's
yeah.
it's
that
usually
one.
it's usually the first couple of bits of the distillation that's in, though, isn't it?
Yeah, they call that you gotta pitch the heads or something like that. It's the heads.
Yeah.
Like the first maybe 25, 30 seconds. It's like a half a quart. You gotta pour it out. And then after that, you get the hearts. The hearts is the good shit. And then at the end, the proof starts to drop, but you get more flavor. That's called the tails. And you want to get the tails in there. You want to get the hearts, but you got to pitch the heads. That's like
How scientific is all this? Or are they just wild
not
ass
all.
guessing?
It depends
It's
on
a
the
little bit of both. We like to pretend that we're like highly intellectual scientists. Meanwhile, we're like, "Yep, Jimmy didn't die this time."
people get her done.
Get your cousin to taste the first batch, right?
Exactly, the cousin that you don't like. Exactly.
Right, exactly. Your dumb cousin.
Well, yeah, they take them by the jar usually. So that one that might still have a little residual methyl, you probably put aside. And then, like, you take a bunch of jars that are going to be the real good stuff and some of the tails, and you taste them all, and then you make them all together into your one big shine. And I think by that, with what their country knowledge tells them, this shit's probably as pure as fucking pure rain, bro. They know what they're doing.
Proof, they're pumping out serious proof of sugar.
They know.
They're basically using sugar.
But
Yeah,
I
you
guess
can
there's
tell by like the look of the tail and stuff like that. Like if your tail starts looking really bizarre, or like really not clear, it's time to stop. You need to stop.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's mountain science, but it's a lot better than bro science. You know what I mean? This shit is definitely like real. I think you could probably put a good moonshiner with no scientific knowledge up against a proper scientist in a lab, and they give a run for your money on who could make the better moonshine. You know what I'm saying?
the only thing I want the scientists to do is to check and make sure that the moonshine that the mountain guy is producing isn't going to make me blind or dead.
No methanol.
He wants proof of the proof.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm sorry, you're going to the wrong person if you want the mountain guy to make sure of that.
Right.
He's
Yeah,
there to make sure you have a good time, that you live a good life.
I have to bring my own scientist
with.
with me to the buying or the tasting.
There you go.
In the mountains, they shake the jar, and the size of the bubbles combined with how long it takes for it to settle.
Yep.
They know these guys know what the proof is. Like
There's
almost
a whole part to it, man. It is science, but it's not Fisher scientific science. It's man science. I don't know how to say it.
right.
Yeah, we call it rule of thumb science. Like me and my stepfather would make apple pie moonshine, and we'd put like a slice of apple and cinnamon in it, and we'd mass produce it.
That's cool.
As far as I know, we didn't make anyone blind, but
So you put a cinnamon stick and apple in the thumper keg. So you distill through that, or are you putting it in the distillation keg?
so we'd distill the like I said, it's Wyoming, so I'm not gonna say our distillation process use the finest ingredients. We're known by the Black Desert by the railroad company for a reason. But we would put in wood to distill. We distill the wood into moonshine, and when we put in the bottles, we'd put in like an apple sliver and a stick of cinnamon.
What happened to Topple? Was
He was
that
on?
not Top?
He somehow disconnected immediately.
Okay.
Was he on?
You should have said that louder.
He
So
showed up
it's-
for a second in the waiting room.
Oh,
It's still illegal in Wisconsin, I believe, but glad to hear you guys are working it out, man.
Well, it's illegal everywhere. All of these stories are just fictional accounts. That never happened.
Right.
That we're sharing based off our own creativity in the moment.
Exactly.
That's right. And the funny thing
these are
is,
just
like,
dreams I had.
Yes.
you can do exhibitional creation for historical purposes. I think that's how they get away with it on the show Moonshiners. So that's all we're doing.
You
Right?
can make it as long as you don't sell it.
I don't know
That's
about
how you
that.
get away with it.
I don't know about
Most
that.
people sell it. The government really kind of looks at if you're if you're mass selling it or not. Like,
Give
you know
away
what I
for a peace sign top.
Somebody's faking Topple.
I don't know. Topple was here for real on camera, and now there's might be a fake one here underneath, unless he just wants to show himself real quick.
Well, when he shows up, you can consider putting him on.
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
I have to ask this. Philip, you look like you belong part of like the Starship Enterprise. What is this office? This is like the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Mind if I put
Yeah,
you
I don't
on
know.
full screen, buddy?
We've
No,
all
I don't-
believed that at one time or another. It's
I
sad
don't
when the
know why-
reality sinks in.
I don't know why
There you
people seem so interested with it.
It's mesmerizing, man. It's cool.
I'm sorry, but
What's
if you have
that
a
over
screen
there?
behind you to show what you're seeing? That's
It's
already
Hold
pretty cool.
Hold your left hand out. What is that? What is that over there? Down, left hand down further.
This
Keep
is my
going down. No, below that. What are those
Yeah.
Those two
It says,
joysticks.
it says Yeti on it, I think.
It's like no.
this?
Yeah,
These?
Yeah, it's that. Yeah,
Your
yeah.
fridge.
Those are just those are magnetic light LED lights like flashlights that are stuck to my fridge.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
So
They
you can
look
find a beer
almost like
faster.
yeah. Okay.
my guy, I could literally turn your background into like a mini game, like a video game, and everyone would be fascinated with like what you've got going on. I don't know how else to explain this.
It looks like
There's
an
a
epic
lot
escape
going
room.
on. Huh?
It looks like an epic escape room. Like I could totally see that being.
Meanwhile, you're sitting there like confused, like, yeah, this was just like the nuclear codes
there he
for the
is.
United
He's-
States. It's no biggie. No one. Why would you care?
That's actually NORAD, where he does his show from.
Hey,
A
Tom,
lot of it is just like old tablets and phones that I just have videos and pictures playing. And then the rest of it, it just kind of grew from there. And like I got my artwork and pretty much every video game system and about 400 video games that I don't
are you
play.
saying that you
I
have a
just-
virtual boy behind you?
Huh? No,
Yeah.
I do. I wish I did. I have a Game Boy, but not a Virtual Boy.
That destroyed my vision. I just wanted to call out that system destroyed my vision.
Oh, did it?
I
I have a PS4 virtual headset, but not the Virtual Boy. That's
I don't know what
if
that
you
is.
still had that Virtual Boy, you would they're quite they're worth a pretty penny.
I would think so. They're definitely not seen often
Mhm.
ever.
No.
I think Nintendo went purposely and just smashed them.
Well, they weren't very good. But you spent a lot of time with one?
I didn't. There's a joke. My cousins brought
Oh.
it down, and I played the tennis game.
That's the
And I
one I
just-
played. That's the only one I played.
It definitely made me ill. Like it was not an awesome experience. But then again, the
No.
new headset Oculuses make me feel ill too. So
Yeah, well, because it's
You get
you know,
used to it.
I don't know. I think either it's going to bother you or it's not going to bother. I mean, certain games seem to.
First
Be
maybe
worse than
2
others.
months. First 2 months of me playing Oculus with my Oculus, I'd be sick. But then
I mean, it's possible your brain could learn to accept
you
it.
just adjust.
I don't know if I want to though. I'm kind of that's like the technology moving towards the Matrix that I fight at war against. You know? That's no judgment for Biscuit using or anything. It's just that I see like that turning into the haptic suit, and then are they actually going to move forward with the Neuralink? I don't know, but I see them wanting to.
Well, that's a totally different ball game when you get to Neuralink.
Yeah.
Have
They're
you
only
watched
using
Sword Art
external
Online?
until they don't have to, right?
Have you ever
think
watched Sword Art Online?
Sword Art. Yes,
That's a bad situation.
that's a bad situation.
Tapo, what do you want to know how big it is? I mean, you already know.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
man.
Yeah.
Yes. You were doing this. You look like a little kid
Oh.
doing how big. It was cute.
I hate to butt
Very
in really
cute.
fast. Smokesteve, could you send me the link to your stream? I've got a couple friends asking. They're
It's
really
in the
interested in your stuff.
description on YouTube.
He's probably not on YouTube though. He got a
I'm
link
not
to
on
the
YouTube.
StreamYard.
That screws up the whole works if I open a YouTube tab.
How the
'cause they're-
hell?
they're
I
Here,
can
I'll-
send the link.
I'll-
Okay. Aphid to the win.
I think Last
I
Dance
could-
is on it.
I could do it.
Look,
Did you
That
get your
holster?
5 followers,
Did I just
Smoke?
did I just see a cowhide holster on his hip? Oh yeah, what's that holster, homeboy?
There you go.
Cell phone.
That's for the
215.
YouTube link.
What's
What?
that holster you got? What you got? Your Niner? Your Nina?
Nah, I don't believe in guns. They're scary. It's a knife.
My ass, dude. Give me a
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a gun that shoots knives. It's less dangerous.
Knife gun,
Yes,
right?
yes. It's a
Dude, you
BB
guys
gun.
you guys remember the sword gun from Final Fantasy VIII?
Yeah,
Like a
the Buster
revolver
Sword.
Oh, that
The
was
Buster
that was
Sword.
a-
Oh no, that's not right. That's the Buster Sword's just the really big one, isn't it?
I think that's a Cloud Sword. No, after
yeah,
that,
that's right. Yeah.
after that, there was the cool gun sword.
Link is in the chat.
That's the link for the StreamYard, and then the YouTube link is in
They want
the
they want
chat for-
the YouTube link.
Oh, the YouTube link. Oh,
Yeah.
The interesting thing with that is mild ass. I've seen it on like Pawn Stars. There is bladed weapons that do have barrels that shoot a bullet. So as you're going in for the stab, you hit them with the bullet on the way in. Just get them somewhere, and then you boom, stab.
I would try to shoot
really
them first and then resort to the sword, man. I wouldn't try to get close.
I don't know. Maybe you use it as the double whammy, like total kill shot, shoot and stab simultaneous. Like
I'm pretty sure you're supposed to shoot them and then the swords for their foreskin. I think that's what that's for.
So it's a Jewish thing.
Yeah. Well,
oh, very well played, sir.
did you get your 5 followers on Rumble yet?
he's got 7.
Sweet.
Next week,
Rumbler.
this baby will be on Rumble.
What's
we can
Rumble?
say whatever we want.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No,
Let's try it.
Well, not if
it's the
it's
same rules. We're still on YouTube. It's
it's
just
going to also be on Rumble,
right.
Oh.
not exclusively on Rumble.
We can't really just get naked and just stand here and talk to each other.
If you do that, I'm not going to be here.
I
Why
don't know.
not?
I don't want to see you naked.
I didn't
Again.
realize this was that type of
Again. That was a mistake, okay?
Oh, are we doing like a
Hard to-
YouTube Gone Wild?
No.
No.
But other people are saying Rumble's the place to go. I don't know. It's more conservative, I guess.
I feel
I
like
don't
it's a
know.
fail safe.
I mean,
Oh,
it's just a video place. It's just they don't have all the censorship rules that YouTube has. That's the only. They also don't have as good technology as YouTube.
I'm gonna be honest because I actually know a few people that like work for Rumble's marketing and stuff. The only place I think isn't really safe for conservatives is Twitch. As long as you're not doing Twitch stuff, even YouTube, like a white person can say the N-word and whatever on YouTube, and they don't.
Let's not test the theory. Let's accept it as a theory.
Well,
What
thank
is
you
this?
for telling
What
me
is
that.
this? What is this N? What is this N word you speak of?
Necropsy.
Yeah.
Is that sex with
Anyways.
dead people?
No, that's
Oh.
acceptable.
That's
Nobody
neat.
minds that.
So far, I love
Narcolepsy.
Smokesteve, so I'm not gonna even attempt to make a joke out of that one.
We don't want to bother the viewers.
What's that waterfall by Buffalo?
Niagara.
Oh man, now we're done.
Oh
Why?
man.
It's all about.
Did
What's
they
in a
cancel
hard
that
R?
waterfall? I didn't know that.
Is that a hard R?
Hard R?
Yeah.
How hard are you?
Well, we didn't say Viagra.
Yeah.
Careful. Security is stepping in.
I see. Okay.
That reminds me of Brandon Fraser more than the Vault.
So
All
what
right,
did I miss?
that's
What are you
my
guys
new
up to?
signal to change the subject.
What
There you go.
did you guys already talk about? And I didn't get to put my input in.
Well, you missed it. It's like the water in a stream. Once it goes by, we can't crank it back.
Yeah, but when certain people are on here, the topic changes within 2 seconds.
Well,
we were talking about how shitty Alice in Chains was.
Oh, that's
They've come to
bullshit.
snuff the rooster, bro.
That's right.
Well, see, I actually like Alice in Chains, and that's
See?
You know what we did cover the morphing or changing and the different perception that we had during 9/11 in the early days when Giuliani was mayor of New York, and
Who cares?
compared to what we see Giuliani as now. That was the subject.
I was in high school.
I wish I would have missed that. Or I wish I wouldn't have missed that.
Well, I mean, right at one point, I thought this guy, wow, he's cleaned up New York.
Yeah, he
in
was
response to 9/11.
He was marching down. He was marching down with brushing the dust of the Twin Towers off, putting us all to ease. And now he's got to wipe the hair oil out of his face.
Now he just looks like he's got orange all over his face.
I think it's important to separate people by their achievements. So even Rudy Giuliani, I don't know why we pretend like it's not a good thing that he cleaned up New York. He definitely
was a good thing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be 100% on that either.
Yeah,
even
the thing
if
is,
what happened after he left?
Like policing and stuff.
You do
what
one
he's
bad thing in
done
this world, then you're done.
is very
What happened?
If you attempt to molest a 14-year-old, you get fucked in ass, don't you?
He tried to molest a 14-year-old?
Yeah, live on a movie. Borat.
No. I know what you're talking about now. No, that was extremely edited for people like you that only watch.
Oh, was it?
one
So he
news.
wasn't
Yeah, it
dropping
was.
trow in the bedroom.
No, it was edited.
Bollocks.
Look,
No,
I'm not going to defend
that's
modern
like
day
the BBC
Giuliani.
watch. Yeah, you probably saw the BBC version, and that's
No,
all they
I
showed.
watched I watched the movie in the.
Oh well,
theater.
that was edited too. It's a movie.
I'm not going to defend modern day Giuliani, considering the fact that, like, I don't know if you guys have seen his recent sexual harassment allegations.
Oh.
No.
But really, he is like talking to one of his employees, who he told her that she's got really nice milky tits,
Milky.
and that
That could
he
be
wants to milk
misunderstood.
her and shit.
Yeah,
You might have said something else.
It's just like the craziest stuff you've ever seen.
he
You're
was,
like,
he was asking for Milky.
how
Dust.
do you get away with this?
It sounds like locker room talk to me.
Right.
That's absolutely locker room talk.
Locker
Unless you
room
point it towards
talk.
the girl.
I'm
You
fine
can
with
say
locker
anything
room
as long as
talk,
it's
as long
locker
as you
room
don't say in
talk.
front
Yeah.
of the
Locker room
the
rules.
woman.
person that you want to talk about. Like what?
I mean, that is the most horrendous thing a person could say to a coworker. I
No,
mean,
it's
I can't
not.
imagine somebody. Well, it's pretty goddamn bad.
Yeah, I could
was
say
saying
something.
that.
They told me that. Honestly, I wouldn't know where to go to HR or what. I'd be like, I'm gonna take the day off.
I couldn't fathom a world where I stay where the company keeps me on after I told my female coworker that I want to milk her big juicy tits. That would be
I would
crazy.
think that's
Terrible. It's terrible.
that's a like
Well,
that's
I could get fired.
That's
Did he
kind of
work
like
in-
pulling out a gun in front of the cops. It's kind of
Was
like
he
committing
working in
suicide.
a nursery? Was he
Yeah.
working in a nursery at that time?
He might as well be. I really hope so.
At least
at
they say
that
nursing
point.
home.
Subject
What is
change.
going on?
You don't know what else to say besides hey, look, this guy's 70 years old and probably is missing a few brain cells.
Well,
Yeah.
This is
When did
All right.
this come to
crazy.
life? Did this just come to life now that he's being accused, or is this old news?
No, I think you're
It
talking about
came
the
up-
last
a
ship or
lawsuit
something.
started
You-
last year.
something.
Oh,
I can
really?
probably send it to you if you want. 215.
I can look it up. So nothing else has happened.
If you need it 215, let me know. I can send it to you because I
Send
understand
it to
looking
me.
up stuff
Put it in
on
the back
vague
chat.
information.
Put it in the private
on.
chat.
I'm not going to
Killer
believe it.
Speak.
I'm going to say it's fake news.
Okay, Smoke.
We also had to go at what the post-apocalyptic currency would be. There's fresh water. I said Bic pens.
Big pens. Yeah.
Ooh, that's a
remember
good
what
one.
I said. I'm curious if you guys have what you think the currency would be.
No, I came up with my own currency. It's going to be meals ready to eat, MREs. Those are the ones.
Really?
Man, you eat too many of those, you're a dead man anyway.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Oh man. If you had to survive on MREs.
Oh, MREs are good, man. Some of them are.
You can. It's
when you get to pick them.
Yeah, well,
I've had some good ones.
I haven't ever had a good one.
What do you mean pick them? They grow on trees?
No,
Like apples?
as in if you get to order.
Oh, you get to choose. I see.
Yes.
And one I remember, I think it was a tuna noodle casserole, and it came with the ones that come with the ones that come with the heat. Those ones seem to be better.
The bags that you fill with water.
Do you know the?
Yeah, I can't remember how you do it. It's
They
been
got
so
some
long.
plutonium in there to heat them up.
Yes, I don't remember. And, like you do something with it. He's probably right. You probably mix it with water and it heats up.
Well, that's completely
table.
correct. I watch MRE channels. I'm an MRE guy.
Oh,
you watch MRE Steve? Do you watch Steve something?
Yeah, Steve, 1986.
Oh, what a hiss!
He's on. He's great.
Now I will say
that.
that.
Know what's widely considered the worst MRE of all time?
What's that?
Is it from America?
Yeah. The MRE meaning served to the armed forces of the United States.
Yeah.
Was it the lifeboat rations? Those were just
it was one that the guys called the vomlet because it was the veggie omelet, and it was a slime fest, dude. Like I saw these things cooked fresh. You cook it in the heat thing like you guys were talking about. They slice open the bag and out comes this yellow slug of disgusting.
Oh.
I mean, if you get this thing and you're in war, you're like training this to the locals for some candy or something. This is fucking awful, dude. It's horrible.
That's a just trust me, bro sale. Like, don't open it. I'll trade you for these bananas, but don't open that until I'm gone.
I think pepperoni pizza meal 2 was highly sought after, but a lot of them are pretty. You're right; they're pretty gross. I mean, even the pepperoni pizza is gross.
Just the salt intake is hard for me. I think the best thing out of it was the cookie from the ones I've had over my experience. Is like there's one aspect that's good. It's usually like the dessert bar or something.
Yeah, usually the reviewers light up when you get like peanut butter and good crackers, because then they can
don't
like.
They usually come with like a satay porridge or whatever, like some oats.
Not American ones. They
no.
I don't. Yeah, they go more with like a biscuit or a cracker for gluten.
Yeah, that's true. I will say every time I ever had one, I said they were always good, but I was heavily influenced by some sort of influential substance.
Right.
I mean, one thing you'd have to think of, because you're talking about a survival scenario, like there are a lot of components to them. You have freaking the sugar, the dessert, all the little packets. It would give some normalcy of something in a survival situation of having things to open, things to get a little bit of a surprise. Like I think there's that aspect of it when they're giving it to guys who are at war. They want them to feel like they're getting at least a momentary respite and like a little treat, if you will.
Yeah.
I guess, but some of them are fucking garbage, which really sucks. You know, like guys are fighting wars, and they're getting the veggie omelet, the omelet.
They'd be better with a pot noodle.
Yeah.
Did you see the Italian one that the YouTube Steve guy opened? It had like gourmet food, and it even had like a sachet of liqueur. Like it was the most amazing, beautiful, delicious. Like I'd eat it when I'm not at war anytime meal. It was
I
just
did.
so out there compared to the American style.
Mm,
I'm gonna
So-
be. I've talked with a couple of my friends who are vets, or not talked. Like we go out every weekend and go shooting. Like we love shooting off our own guns and stuff. Because why not? Why not shoot off your guns? I don't know. They'll complain about a few rations that they get, but they will outright say, like, compared to like what the French or the British or any other country gives their soldiers for rations, America gives the best quality. I wouldn't even say rations, just anything to our soldiers.
How old is this? Or how old are these vets?
So most of my family is actually veterans, and even people like me. I've never been a vet. Like I've never served in the military, but I do things for the military. Like I've helped design weapons and stuff for our vets.
Okay.
But
allowed
even
to
my from my I call my father figure. He's just hard. It's hard to explain my own family situation to my brothers and other people. I've never heard this problem. Some of them, they haven't been in the military for 20 years, and others have just been out of the military within the last year or two. And I'm going to be honest, they've never talked about like, I mean, they've talked about like issues with like the food. In a sense, it's not as fresh as like going to an Applebee's or whatever.
Absolutely.
But if you're going to a war in a third world country or whatever, and then you get a thing out of a package, and you're expecting it to be the next five-star restaurant, you might as well not be a soldier in general. I don't know what else to tell you at that point. There's more problems to you. That's the thing.
I'm gonna dip out night, guys.
Oh,
All right.
See you, Biscuit.
I'm
Thanks for
getting
showing up. Good
tired.
talking to you, Biscuit. Have a good
We'll
week,
miss
man.
you.
Bye. I will do. Catch you later, guys.
All right.
Bye.
It would be like 2 a.m. for Biscuit, right? Or super early.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
And now
So you were talking about the
everybody's-
currency. What's going to be the currency? You said big
I
pens.
said Bic pens. That was like a shower thought. I was like, there's so many pens everywhere of Bic pens. Just pens collecting people's houses like trash. And it made me think of the bottle caps from Fallout.
Okay. So no gold, no silver, none of that stuff. You don't think that would be used?
I personally think that bullets and
Well, yeah.
and food and
Water.
water are the
Yeah.
true bartering.
Yeah, because what are you gonna do with gold if it's the apocalypse? I mean, so
well,
you know.
yeah.
Stuff
I don't
can
know.
be valuable just because it's scarce and it's an agreed upon medium.
I'm
Right.
not going to disagree.
In our current economy, yes.
Yes, exactly.
I'm not
It's the way it is.
gonna
It's the way it is now. There's no reason why that can't be true. It requires some organization that you would think would be there in a
If
post-apocalyptic
people could form
world.
Yeah, if people could form back into a system, I can see
Right, exactly.
them trying that again. But until there's order of some sort, it's just what keeps you alive.
Yeah.
Ammunition and water. I would agree with that.
Cigarettes.
Nah.
Hopefully, it's original Xbox games.
I don't disagree necessarily.
You have an
with
advantage, I think.
Crossing my
RW,
fingers there.
Good luck, buddy.
Yes. You're totally hedged out on Xbox games, huh?
I don't necessarily disagree with you necessarily, RW, and I'm just trying to like bring us more into like an edgy territory, just to bring in a little bit more entertainment.
Mhm.
But when what would you say for like the conservative president Richard Nixon, who took us off the gold standard officially, when it comes to where we are with our fiat currency?
I don't have any comment towards that president in particular. I kind of see money as a fictional thing. The fact that it's not based on gold or anything doesn't mean much to me. It's something that exists because people say it has value, and so they use it that way. But outside of that belief, it has no value. But it has backing because we have power. That's the only way I understand that it really works.
Right. And so if you believe that the value comes from the individual, then my question really comes to you. What is the value of our currency? Or like how does a currency get value? Especially since it's nowadays a fiat currency.
Some guys meet in a room and they're like, "This is what it's worth." Let everybody know. I don't know. I don't know what
I
to tell you.
mean, one way to say to measure its value is to see what you can get for it. There's markets for everything, and there's you could go into a market, say for food, and see how many tomatoes you can get for whatever you have in your hand, dollar bills or $100 bills, and
It's got to be $100 bills now.
yeah.
No, I like what Lost Ants said. It's exactly that. It's what value we can get from it. And that's why you get things like inflation and stuff. And that's why we, I watched a conservative video about us taking ourselves off the gold standard. And there's a reason why we have inflation and we choose to do that rather than deflation. A lot of it is because inflation hurts the rich. And if someone holds, like, let's say $1 million and 2% of their value goes away, we don't care nearly as much as 2% of the value of like someone who's having a hard time feeding themselves.
Inflation affects the poor person drastically, also, though.
Sorry, what was that?
Inflation drastically affects the poor person as well. I feel like the rich person can play games with money and never have to worry about it, whereas the poor person actually needs the money to survive. In other words, if you're wealthy enough, you can play with taxes and move money around and blah, 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 blah. But as a poor person, you literally need $5 to go to the grocery store and get some bread. And that's the person that's going to feel it more. That's how I see inflation working.
Would you mind explaining a little bit further for me? I'm just curious about like your belief system and your thoughts on this.
If you make $100 a week and inflation goes up, your $100 doesn't go very far. If you make $100,000 a week and inflation goes up, you're not going to feel that very much. You can talk about it, but it doesn't really affect you the same.
Well, you spend so much less percentage of your income on the things that inflation impacts. If you're rich, if you're poor, you spend a lot of your income on things that inflation impacts. So, if meals are now twice as expensive as they were 3 years ago, you have half as much money if you're poor. If you're rich, you don't, not even close to that.
I yield to Dance's version, but more simple.
Well, that's the funny thing about percentages. It's exactly the same for both parties.
No, so my question is though, why do we in the modern day, and I'm looking this up just to make sure. I love making sure I'm factually correct.
I just pull things out of my
for
ass.
the audience. Why do we care about why do we care more about like deflation than we do of inflation? So if like my money deflates or gains 2% in value, why is that more harmful to me as a person than if my money decreases in value by 2% over the year?
I don't see how that would be worse for you, for your money to gain value. I don't see that. Someone else would have to answer the question.
I don't see why that would be so terrible. I mean, deflation refers to, and inflation refers to how much we have to pay for goods and services. So If there's deflation, that means you pay less for goods and services.
I like
Right.
deflation. Personally, it makes me
Yeah.
feel good.
Right.
So, have you guys heard of like stagnation within an economy? Like stagflation is a common term that like we use in things like the Great
Yeah.
Depression.
Yeah. I mean, inflation obviously is not the only important thing to measure. Employment is just as important or more important.
Right.
So-
And what happens with mass unemployment?
Netflix subscriptions go up.
Shit, I can't get my movies.
It's a major crisis.
The world has ended. I'm just sorry.
I'll tell you what
I'm
happens.
a very
It's a
academic individual, so I love talking about this stuff. So if this bores
What-
people, let me know.
unemployment puts downward pressure on prices. So it acts as a deflationary force.
You said that unemployment causes deflation?
Yes, it's a deflationary force.
That's interesting because in my mind, I would think that if no one's creating the goods and services, they become more expensive. So that might not be inflation, but it's still a negative effect.
So
Well,
both of
people
you guys
can't-
are correct.
Yeah, people can't afford the goods and services, which means there's less demand for them, which pushes the prices down. Which inflation is roughly measures the cost of goods and services over time, mostly goods.
Where are we even at in this country with unemployment? I've not paid attention to it.
It's
Pretty good.
It's pretty good.
So under Trump, it hit the all-time high. And don't get me wrong, when I say under Trump, I don't blame Trump for this. This is like COVID and stuff of like 7% or something. Where you want at an economy is around 3%, and that's because like we think people looking for jobs is a bad thing, but not necessarily, right? Like if you don't like the place that you work at, you're going to look for a different job. So we look at on average like around 2 or 3%.
Yeah, that's
You're working, but you don't like the place that you work at.
2 or 3% is actually considered full employment
Yeah.
because there'll always be 2 or 3% just from people moving into and out of the workforce, changing jobs and whatnot.
I thought it was always based on people that just didn't want to work or couldn't.
Well, like me, I just
Well,
don't want to work.
Does retirement still count in the category of unemployment?
Nope.
Okay.
Under Obama, we actually kind of got rid of that standard. And it was very controversial because, like you said, people who can't find a job or choose not to work, is it really correct to say that like they shouldn't be counted as an unemployment ratings? That sounds really bizarre.
Well, that's always been true, that people who become discouraged and drop out of the workforce are not measured in the unemployment rate.
Really?
Yes.
Yep.
It would be much higher.
The unemployment rate measures people who are actively trying to find jobs and are unable to.
What is the measurement for people that don't want to work or can't or stop?
I believe that's called underemployment. It's much harder to measure, obviously, but it's probably a more important and more relevant metric.
Plus, it's probably 20% or higher.
Wow.
Well, it is a very relevant metric that
Because I mean, kids don't work on average till they're 16.
But like all such metrics, it's very politicized. In other words, if the underemployment rate is bad, and the unemployment rate is good, then the party in the opposite party will trumpet the underemployment rate, say the unemployment rate is not that big of a deal. You shouldn't be paying attention to that. You should pay attention to the underemployment rate. So
I just want that raw data.
Yeah. And whoever said like kids don't want to work till they're 16, in places like the United States, that's actually scary low phenomena. Kids in the United States don't really want to work until they're like around 22 or 23
I prefer
because
40
you
myself.
need like a college education or something to get employed in the United States for a bunch of positions.
David Lip, did you need a college education to be an owner
Nope.
of your own business?
Nope. I just did it. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to hear somebody else tell me what to do.
What are you going to do now that you learned you're unqualified to be an owner? Are you gonna give up?
I am.
Turn yourself in
There's a lot.
to the
There's a
employment
lot.
police.
There's a lot of times I wish I could just give up.
Yeah.
Somebody would. I'd almost consider going to jail, getting 3 square meals a day.
What what does your company do? I'm actually very curious.
I run a sign company, so I make signs. You know,
As you could see by the things in the background, he's an artist, and so he likes to. One of the things he thought about for business was using his
well, actually,
skills.
interesting enough, that's not really what happened. What happened was I was in the pharmaceutical industry, and
He was a drug dealer.
Okay.
and
Let me translate.
I started dating my wife, and I was sleeping all day, and I got caught too many times, and I got let go. And then I was kind of in the graphic field of a pharmaceutical company, and just I'm not the kind of guy that is just gonna sit there and collect unemployment. So I had some skills that a local sign company, could use, and I started working there, and then I just got hooked, and I was like, this is kind of cool because it was different all the time.
I'm going to back up the truck here. Why were you sleeping all the time?
Well,
why
it's my
did you just blame your wife for it?
well,
I heard what he
I
said.
guess that's fair. That's fair.
Your wife
What
keeping you
happened
up all
was
night?
she was. She was
Reading books to you?
She was the manager of a local movie theater chain, and she would work till 2:00 in the morning or 1:00, whenever the last movie would be out, and then she'd have a satchel of, like, this is back in the early 90s, of $5,000 to $10,000 that she would take to the bank, and she would put it in the little Dropbox thing. And once I found that out, well, plus I would have done it if she worked at McDonald's. I would have stayed with her, but I would stay with her until she would come home, and then we would hang out for another hour, and then I'd have to go get up at 5:30, 6:00 and go into work, and I would get a bunch of words on my screen, and I would sit there like this because I was at the end of this cubicle, and I would act like I was reading, and sleep all day.
How'd they know you were sleeping?
They caught me several times, and they probably came back there and were like, "Hey," I wouldn't respond.
Hey, you have 16,000 unread emails from which date from the time you.
Well, there really wasn't. Their emails weren't really a thing back then, because this is back in the mid '90s. Because I worked at my first sign shop when I was in '94, I think 94, 95.
Okay.
The internet wasn't even a big deal.
I'm confused. I thought that the graphics department was more important than the science department at pharmaceutical companies. So I'm surprised that they let you go.
Well, it was. I was in the training. It was a pharmaceutical company that made cataract surgery equipment, and I was in the training department, and I helped them design aids to help with the sales force to sell this equipment. Is what I did.
Did you find the experience eye-opening?
Hey.
Thanks, folks. It's been a great show. See you tomorrow. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I don't know if we can talk about that dad joke.
Thanks, Dad. I'm glad to hear that
I laughed. That's what was important.
That's awesome.
I think all the dads laughed at that one.
We definitely caught on real fast.
Yeah, so I was the sign shop I was working. Well, I only worked at this one sign shop for like 2 months, and then I convinced this other guy that I knew everything about the sign industry, and he let me run his company. And then it was getting ready to go through the third owner, and the third owner, I was like, there's no way I'm going to let this person, the third owner of this franchise sign shop, tell me what they think needs to be done. And I had an option to buy into the franchise or to start on my own, and I went into the bank, and they were like, there's no way we're gonna fund this franchise sign shop for you when you know what you're doing, but we'll help you if you go on your own. But they didn't. So I was like, oh cool, I'll go on my own then, because I had 2 business plans, and I went on my own, and they were like, we're not going to help you, not unless you want to put your house up.
Yeah.
And they didn't help me, so I used credit cards.
Outstanding.
I actually got an unsecured loan. I don't even think those things exist anymore.
Mm-mm.
It was a $10,000 unsecured loan that they gave me. I put nothing up against, so I could have just totally defaulted on it.
How'd you have so much confidence in yourself to take that risk?
I've always had just extreme confidence in anything I do. It was scary, but I was like 26 years old, 27 years old. I didn't even know what. I didn't. Plus, I in this business, I see so many businesses come and go, and I don't understand how some of these businesses. There's so many businesses that these people start up and fail, and then they start up another business. I don't know like what they do, because if I fail, I'm screwed. I'm literally screwed. But
Well,
these
they go
people, there's
bankrupt.
so many. But what do they? How do they come up with the funding to start over again?
Well, how do they start over?
You create a product.
Yeah, again and again and again and again.
You give them
I'm gonna be
insurance they can
honest.
buy with unlimited returns for their money back, and then you
Yeah.
fold the company once you get enough of those, and you're good.
Well, there's like restaurants and a lot of restaurants where these guys will start up a restaurant and they'll fail, and then I'll see them, 3 or 4 months later, and they'll start up another restaurant. Where are they? How are they starting up again? I don't
That's a
understand.
good-
I never asked them.
I'll be honest. I treat
There's a lot of people that do that. You'd be shocked at how many people do it.
I'm agreeing with you. I do notice
business
that too.
owners like I treat.
And they go,
scientists.
and they it's not just, they'll continue to do it. I've known guys that have failed, a dozen different businesses, and they're still doing it. They're still failing businesses,
No,
and they
I mean,
live better than I do.
I treat business owners like I treat scientists. You have like the 1 in a trillion Albert Einsteins, where every time he gives you an idea, you look back behind you and you go, I have no idea why we haven't done that. I don't know. And then you have 90% of the population. Like, I'm a programmer. I can't tell any business people tell me, hey, wouldn't it be a good idea if we have a video game engine? And you go, you mean like all the video game engines out there that exist? And yet they try to start a business, they fail, and they move back on, and you don't know how the hell they keep on going.
I don't know. I don't get it.
I think they hide assets. And,
But they don't. I mean, maybe
They hide
but
it
their
from the
business-
bankruptcy court.
Yeah. I think that people that are like actually successful in modern day, I don't want to call it capitalist society, but I'm just going to call it that just to keep things simple. I have no idea how they fail as a business, but yet like their capitalist adventures like continue on. It blows me away, to be honest.
The only solution I think in my mind is a conspiracy theory of money laundering, but there can't be that many people laundering money.
Also,
I mean,
RW is
it doesn't take. It just takes hard work, and I don't want to put in the hard work.
You know,
So
you
I
know
only
who would know?
I only succeed as far as I'm willing to put in the work.
We need to have an IRS agent on the show. He would know how these things
How
happen.
these people do it.
Right.
Are you guys ready for this stupid shit? I worked as a tax consultant. I didn't work with the IRS agency, but I worked against them. So, like, I would always argue with the IRS about people's taxes,
Okay.
and that was my main job for 2 years.
Wow.
That sounds like a great way to have a heart attack.
Yeah.
Not real. I mean, it would be a heart attack if it was my gig, but it's other people's businesses, specifically truck drivers. So it's like the most fun job on the planet because you just like call up the government and you'd be like, "Hi, you're stupid," and that'd be like 90% of my phone call. It was
That's
the
a strong
funnest
start.
thing on my planet of my like existence.
I couldn't do a job on the phone. I don't understand how telemarketers can wake up and work. I don't understand it. It's a cringe in my mind experience.
Well, it's our own fault. It's the same thing with junk mail. I mean, if it didn't a large enough percentage of it didn't succeed, it wouldn't exist. Right. So there's enough of us that give in to people that call on the telephone. There's enough of us that respond to junk mail that comes in that makes it worth them spending the money to do it. So we only have ourselves to blame.
I think
I absolutely agree. Like, it's a little bit different than like me arguing with like the tax agencies or whatever. They want one organization wants your money, and another one's asking you for money. And I think we need to separate that difference.
Are you saying, Aphid, that as part of the Green New Deal that they should ban junk mail and telemarketing calls to save energy and resources?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's the government's responsibility to correct our own stupid mistakes. I mean, that's an argument.
Here's an argument I'll make. Junk mail is different. That is mail that comes to your mailbox, physical mailbox. That tends to be local businesses, trying to get you.
Not always, though. A lot of like, I'm sure you get proposals on
Geico,
loans.
Maybe.
Like,
no, I never get a loan.
Oh, really? Yeah, I guess it's because I own business. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. But they're probably legitimate
or
businesses.
credit card companies.
But those are all legitimate businesses. They're not. They're not fake.
Yeah, but they wouldn't spend that money if there wasn't enough people that would respond to it. I don't respond to anything that comes to my mail or people call on my phone ever.
What about
if everybody treated that, we wouldn't have this problem tomorrow. It would cease.
I'm trying to point out the difference between mail you get in the mailbox that's junk mail and the calls you get on the telephone. Those calls on the phone are all scams. Not a single one is a legitimate business. And
what about the veterans that send you address labels? I'm just giving you shit, dude.
Yeah. So I mean. There's no way to. Those are all illegal already. All those telemarketing calls.
Yeah.
So there's not going to be any laws that are going to make that go away because they're already illegal.
The issue that we run into with laws, as someone that has written laws and stuff, is it's fun to write a law, and it is important to have something be illegal. So that way, like if like RW hates me and sues me, he can. Get money, because money is always fun.
That paperwork, dude, you're good.
It was a little bit of a joke. I know RW hates me a lot.
Oh, right. Yep. That's why I invited you to the group.
Yep. He hates me so much. He invited me to the group.
Gotta beat somebody up.
RW is one of the coolest people I've ever met. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, you guys both came from Drone Tech's Discord?
I did.
Yeah, we both, or RW did. I guess you can say I did. I came from a couple of leftists. I was the like conservative.
You were the Alan Colmes, but on the conservative side?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great way to put it. So they all hate me, but they all
punching bag.
And so forth.
So there's liberals that hang out with Drone Tech?
A few.
Really?
No, they don't hang out with Drone Tech. Yep. They join the Discord to argue with the guy, to hate him.
Oh.
Well, they're definitely part of the group and more are coming on board, and it's balancing out, I think, slowly.
Drone Tech's Discord?
We have to volunteer aphid lip as the liberal, even though
Even though we all
he's more conservative than I am on a
I just
significant
saw
number of issues.
McGrande was just on. You kidding me?
Yeah, McGrande, yeah. If he
He's a
took
little
that
more
test,
he's a little more reliable.
if he took that test that we all took, I don't think he would come out the same as we all did.
No.
Yeah, he needs to take that test.
And I'm going to be honest. My fear when I came talking to you guys is, as someone that's like worked for the government or college institutions or whatever, there's a lot of people, both left and right, that like want to know what their news media says. So like there's lefties that go, oh, what does CNN say? And that's how they get their arguments. Or righties that go, what does Fox News say? With Drone Tech's Discord, there was one guy that did that, which I I went very hard against, especially towards the end when RW left. Just hated the guy.
Grandma left the room and they got into it.
Sorry, what was that?
I said the grandma left the chat and they got into it.
Yep. And I just like people who actually think. And I'm going to be honest, everyone here tonight, when I was very afraid to come in, so far, you guys are all people I honestly respect in terms that, like, it seems like you actually absorb the information and think.
Were you on here when McGrande was here?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
If I was, and it's
he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
We love him.
I'm gonna be honest. If you guys go, hey, if you're here when this guy's here, odds are we'd probably not be friends right now.
No, not even close.
I'm not a very friendly person when
this is the
I'm
most
talking to people
chill
who.
Chat. Literally,
I'm
all
not a very
the
friendly
debate
person when it comes to people who seem to absorb information.
Well, just wait till we get to Rumble.
Oh, it's all about the
we can really say what we want to say.
Let's get ready.
Smokesteve took over Smokesteve's wife's phone, apparently.
Smoke.
RW, I was going to ask your wife a question. She left. She fled
she's tired, man. I'm just glad she came on to hang out.
Yeah, that's brave of her. Most of us came from a website called LiveLeak. That's how we all know each other. Even Drone Tech. That's how we know Drone Tech. And it's not a comfortable place for women, so it's rare for
that's
us.
The place that like you get guy beats person with hammer.
Yeah,
that's a weak video.
But there was a community. There was a community on LiveLeak that like we're all friends. That actually, this show actually started out with the owner of LiveLeak, or one of the owners, one of the partners. He during COVID started this. He started doing it pretty much every night, and then it moved as COVID started wearing off. He did it on the weekend only.
His channel was called Trigger Warning.
Yeah, and then
his YouTube channel.
He ended up leaving, and Smokesteve took it over, and now it's the Smokesteve Pub.
I don't think you can get a more laid back host.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yes.
But RW, I wanted to ask your wife about like the what she thought about inflation versus deflation topic.
That's really
off of it, but
yeah, I'm not sure. I don't. When we talk about finances, we definitely don't talk about those concepts. I'm more just like, hey, can we afford this? She's like, fucking no.
I'm also gonna be honest. That's just like some voodoo theoretical shit that the average person doesn't even know about. What the government wants to do with your money is way different than what you can do with your money.
So last dance, I saw Oppenheimer since we last seen each other.
So what'd you think?
I thought it was slow.
It was
to be
slow.
Honest with you.
I mean, it was
very slow.
It was like 3 hours long.
Yeah, I thought they could cut out a good hour of it.
Yeah, they could.
I snuck out and saw Barbie.
That's shocking. That's shocking.
You guys,
did you see it by yourself?
Of course. I grabbed somebody else's kid and like, you're mine.
The one thing
is Barbie really about a patriarch matriarch governing system?
Yes.
That's what someone told me. I'm like, there's no way that shit's about that. It's about.
I mean, I doubt it was.
Like, what are you
It
talking
was.
about?
I don't think it was probably on purpose. I think that's what people are seeing.
You don't think it's on purpose? I don't know, man. I'm not gonna watch it.
You think
vicarious here?
I don't think that the people that developed that Barbie movie like had some ulterior motive to.
I think the reasonable expectation
that was deeper than.
I think the reasonable expectation is to say people's politics will bleed into their work, but they don't purposely make their work their politics.
I mean, I could see that being more plausible than it was intentional.
So what else did you think about Oppenheimer?
I'm curious. I looked into some of the things because I didn't know Truman hated Oppenheimer, so I did look into that, and apparently he wasn't a big fan of Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
And I was which I haven't really searched too far into the whole poisoning of his tutor and how true that story was. I mean, that he could have killed that guy, and I just thought they kind of glossed over that. And
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that was embellished or if that was real, because I thought that was
with the apple.
With the apple.
Real. It was very
Can you
real.
share with the group this story, basically the basis of the story?
He had towards the beginning of the movie, he was, I guess he had all these thoughts in his head, and I mean, unstable and not getting sleep, and poisoned the apple of I believe it was his tutor, I think is how he described it later on in the movie, because he was telling his girlfriend, kind of bragging about it almost, that he poisoned this apple, and he woke up in the morning and got in, and I'm sure it was embellished that he stole it out of his hand at the last minute before he took a bite of it. But I mean,
it's probably a story that he told himself that nobody else could know or verify.
Right.
So whether it's true or not, it depends whether you believe that Oppenheimer did that.
Yeah.
It's absolutely true, and the college itself has verified it.
Oh yeah,
how could they verify it?
They have the apple.
It still hasn't decayed. That's how poisonous it was.
To my institution and says, or if someone shows up to my institution and tries shooting it up, my college is gonna fucking verify it. If someone tries poisoning the professor, I'm sure the school knows about it. We're gonna.
Well, it was like he just grabbed the apple. He supposedly poisoned it. Well, he showed he injected. I can't remember what it was that he injected it with.
Oppenheimer never verified what he injected it with, so we're not quite sure. We just know that the apple was injected with substances that aren't safe for human use.
I mean, if he just bragged about this with the girl that he was trying to get in bed with, and that she was, I think it was the chick. I think he used it. I could be wrong, but was he trying to? Was he trying to use?
Chick, right?
Yeah, the communist. Yeah, and he was trying to say how he was so against what the guy stood for that he was going to poison him.
Right.
He was.
But so that was interesting to me, and I thought they just kind of glossed over it. Yeah, and I wish there was more. I wish there was more bomb and less Oppenheimer, but I guess the movie was called Oppenheimer, so I guess I
was
just
really
didn't realize.
exactly the development of the bomb was the most interesting thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a story about Oppenheimer. The movie wasn't titled "The Development of the Bomb."
Exactly, it was called Oppenheimer.
So in the beginning, did someone kill his dog, or
no?
I don't remember that.
So the one thing that I actually wish the movie had more in it was the general that was in charge of Oppenheimer.
Groves.
The general's sorry, what?
Leslie Groves.
Yeah, Leslie Groves was known as
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
But he was known as one of the generals that were laymen. So no one expected him to ever in the military industry complex to create anything special or anything important. And Leslie Groves put all of his infrastructure, force, everything against or for Oppenheimer. And there's this layman general that none of the generals believed could ever make anything significant. He not only makes a nuclear weapon, but makes a weapon that humanity for the next several hundred, or I say several hundred. I think even nowadays we're all afraid of nuclear weapons. So the next 100 years at least is afraid of, and I find that very fascinating. More fat. Oppenheimer's a fascinating character because he's an ex-com or not ex. He's a communist that makes the atomic bomb. But then you've
Was
got
he a
this
communist?
general that everyone thinks is an idiot that puts his weight behind someone that makes the atomic bomb.
They didn't make him come off like an idiot in the movie. They made him come off like a hard ass that take no prisoners, kind of a by the book hard ass.
Yeah, if you watch the real life footage of the guy, you'd go, I get where everyone's coming from. Even in like the real life footage, the guy calls himself an idiot.
Well, he was one of the foremost world experts in atomic physics at the time.
Leslie Groves?
No, Robert Oppenheimer.
Oh, well, the problem is that's all theoretical physics at the time.
You're right, it's all theoretical.
And even nowadays, like if I say, hey, right now your conversation with me, there could be 30 of you talking to me right now in different dimensions. You wouldn't really take me seriously. It's one thing to have like an idea. It's a whole other thing to take it reality to the point where like every human being on the planet goes, this guy's serious. This guy means his shit.
You're muted, Steve.
I heard something interesting that is on the same line today. It was this guy, this Japanese guy, and he worked for Mitsubishi. And which was the first bomb? Was it Hiroshima or Nagasaki?
It was Hiroshima.
Hiroshima.
Okay, so Hiroshima, he was in Hiroshima he was going to work at the Mitsubishi plant, and he saw the plane and he saw a black dot underneath the plane, and he knew that it was going to be a bomb. So he crouched down and took whatever precautions he could, and it just destroyed his body, when it blew up, and but he lived, and he went to Nagasaki the next day. He like got himself together and went to Nagasaki, and
Talk about Murphy's Law, man.
And then
no one believed him when he said that. Like
they didn't. I guess they didn't. You're absolutely right. They didn't believe like the story he was telling, and because I guess they didn't report on it in Japan at the time. It wasn't like, hey,
reporting, but you got to remember that like news traveled slower back then. It's not a day. It's within weeks.
Especially when a bomb blows up all the wires.
Yeah,
so
and
the
who
same
believes, like the reporting of a bomb wiping out a whole city.
Right.
That's like, stupid.
The same thing happened to him, 2 days later or whatever.
I heard the story was a little different, but yeah, there was.
Well, there's only several people that this happened to.
Double and atomic bomb survivors.
Right. And they studied, he came around and his DNA was changed because of the, what happens when a nuclear bomb goes off. And they studied his his life after that. He ended up living to be 90 something years old.
No way.
But he I guess the DNA structure repairs itself so well that there really isn't a lot of damage that is handed down through generations through
So-
somebody that's been through. If it's consumed, they were saying if it's consumed through the body, it does a different number on the body.
Did you know? I'm sure Last Dance knows this. Excuse me. The two bombs were two different types of technology.
Yep.
They really didn't say that in the Oppenheimer movie very well.
They kind of did. I believe it was a Hiroshima bomb that was a bullet bomb, which is essentially the uranium acting like a bullet going into the center of the bomb.
Right.
Which 90% of the nuclear energy that it uses doesn't actually get used. There's another one which we now know of nowadays is like the Devil's Core, which essentially if you have the core clamped down, I believe over 60% of the bomb gets used. So essentially, I think that was the Nagasaki bomb.
Yeah, wasn't there like an order of charges that were supposed to blast something in towards itself in the Nagasaki bomb?
Yeah.
But it even misfired, but it still fucking worked, like killed.
Yeah, so the Hiroshima bomb was a bullet technology, which is like sending a bullet into the center of the bomb. The other one is just clamping down, which allows for the nuclear reactions to happen.
Well, the most...
I believe when you say in order of magnitude, I think that's an understatement. I believe that was like 1,000 times the order of magnitude. It was something actually ridiculous.
Well, they both had about the same yield.
Nope, not even close.
No, they really were about the same yield. Well, both about 20,000 tons of TNT. The Nagasaki bomb was definitely more efficient. The main difference was that the implosion bomb used plutonium, which was easier to make. In other words, you could make plutonium from uranium, but uranium you had to refine, and so uranium was more expensive. But it was also more. It was easier to work with for a bomb design. So the Hiroshima bomb was a simple gun design. You couldn't use plutonium in that design because it would, before pieces would come together in a critical mass, they would start to interact and they wouldn't get close enough. It's called pre-detonation. The reaction would start before they would get close and it would blow apart without a significant reaction, whereas the uranium would actually come together.
Is it true that physicists didn't know if the first reaction would ignite the atmosphere?
That is actually 1,000% not true. They did the math. They know for
1,000% is not a.
They definitely wanted to make sure, so they did the math and did it again and did it again and did it again.
And prayed.
So one physicist, it's like the one guy that thinks that like vaccines will give you autism, even though we know beyond a fact a vaccine cannot even theoretically give you autism.
Without beyond fact, I would argue that myself, but that's fine.
Okay, do you think that like if a volcano erupts, the sun will explode?
No.
Okay, that's what we're talking about in terms of science.
Okay.
That's how
I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that math. I back down.
So Oppenheimer and a bunch of physicists did the math. They knew beyond a fact, like we're talking orders of magnitude. It would require thousands of times of more energy than what an atomic bomb could ever release. That the atmosphere would detonate. They knew. So when we say beyond like a fact, we knew for a fact. Oppenheimer did, because he was alerted of this did the math, and said, this is not even theoretically possible. And we continued.
Well, one of the things in the movie that you saw was the fact that these calculations use probabilistic equations, and you don't ever get a probability of zero. You get a very, 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 very small probability. And so one of the things, I don't know if you probably didn't catch it, but when Oppenheimer says to Leslie Groves, he says something like, and yeah, we computed the probability, and it was just so small. And he goes like, what do you mean small?
Near
Near zero. Near?
Yeah, that's what scientists. I do that to this day too. Like a lot of generals, when they go, "How insignificant is this?" You're like, "It's so insignificant, I don't care." And they're like, "So it's theoretically a chance?" You're like, "Yeah, I can't prove as a scientist. No scientist can prove anything as absolute zero. There is absolutely no chance."
So
That
do you think he was
goes
clenching
against
when he
science
pushed the
in its
button?
nature.
What's that?
Do you think that the person that set off the first reaction was clenching their butthole?
2
or-
minutes.
I bet they were.
Bullshit.
I mean, the thing about nuclear physics is at that level, whenever they did an experiment that was new, they discovered unexpected things. So not everything that they discovered was predicted.
Exactly.
And so there was always an element of uncertainty, no matter how much theoretical work you did.
Well, they detonated the first atomic bomb in the United States. But to also be honest,
Island, right?
the people that released the atomic bombs under Hiroshima and Nagasaki, we just said, "Fucking run." They didn't know what they did until after the fact, and those pilots, especially the Nagasaki pilots, they said that they thought that they were gonna die. They didn't realize what they did.
Yeah, it was.
That's what we told them.
I mean, they were told that they had to drop the bomb, and it had to be. They couldn't come back with the bomb. If you come back with the bomb, we're going to execute you on the spot.
Did they really? That's what they said. That to them?
It was an immediate execution if you showed up with that shit.
And
a
so
bomb
they
that wiped out a whole entire city. Yeah, if you show up with that, you're done. We don't care.
I'm not sure they could land with the bomb, actually, because it was quite heavy.
I mean, imagine it wouldn't release. That's a steer course, jump out scenario. So
and they were told that, first of all, they knew it's something very strange because the mission was so secret, and they were, they knew it was something very powerful.
Even the Japanese didn't care. Like, the Japanese saw one plane flying over, and they went, "It's not bombing or anything."
Right.
It's reconnaissance.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
and it, it's a big bomb, and you got to get out. And once it blows up, you have to imagine being in the plane. You're pretty close, even when it blows up, and you have to. You're hoping that it stops expanding and doesn't catch up to your plane, but you've never seen anything like it. You can't even believe it exists.
And
the biggest bomb you ever dropped was 1 ton. This bomb is equivalent to 20,000 tons. It's 20,000 times bigger than the biggest bomb you'd ever even heard about. So
when you say it like that, like you're even understating it.
Right.
When they drop this bomb, how we drop it and how our timing detonators worked, we don't want that 20,000 tons to hit the ground.
No.
Because if it hits the ground, it's not going to be nearly as devastating.
No, you'll
so
lose half.
We want to create a second shockwave, so it detonates in the middle of the air. Right. So even that 20,000 ton bomb that we all freak out about, it's more like 40,000 tons. It's insane.
Right. That's a good point.
And that's like a fraction of how powerful they are today, too, isn't it?
It's a tiny fraction.
I hope we don't find out.
They're in the millions of tons, megatons.
No, you are right. It is such a fraction of what we can drop today. Oppenheimer went to court against the CIA because one of the scientists wanted to create the H bomb, which is when you hydrogen fuse the materials within the nuclear bomb. And he said the H bomb's too theoretical. We're already theoretically enough. And continue with our nuclear bombs. I believe 50 years later, the Soviet Union dropped the biggest H bomb the world has ever seen. It was so massive, no one, even including the United States, thinks that like you could carry that on an airplane. We're shocked that their airplane personnel survived it.
Where did they drop?
Yeah, dropped
The
it in Russia.
Moab, mother of all bombs. That's what they called it.
No, they called it Tsar Bomba.
Thank you. I was wrong. He was right. Tsar Bomba.
Where did they drop that?
You can't go against Last Dance. You'll learn that quick.
Last Dance?
They dropped it somewhere in Russia.
Wow.
But yeah, they
Last Dance would do good on Jeopardy, but he refuses to put things in a question.
Yeah, it was, when we tended to test bombs by putting them on a ship or on a tower, and having everybody get out of the way, go stand a few miles away, and we'll light the candle and we'll watch what happens. But the Russians, for some reason they decided to just because it's good to prove to your enemy that you can drop these bombs with a plane. So they figured they might as well do it by a plane. So they flew a plane over a deserted area, and they dropped this plane, and there was probably a 50% chance that the pilots wouldn't be able to survive the plane, but they survived.
Pay raise.
I mean, I've got a simpler conspiracy theory, which is turns out the communists don't give a shit about their civilians.
Well,
Who knew?
It's possible. It's plausible.
That's just my conspiracy theory. The communists don't give a fuck about their civilians.
My understanding is that we used to pepper Bikini Island with atomic bomb activity, and the bikini came out to make light of the name bikini because of the attachment to the word before the revealing swim.
That's a good question. Where does the word bikini come from?
I'm pretty sure that there's some documentary, and that's a memory from the documentary. So instead of thinking of bikinis and going, ugh, now we're like, ooh. Well, most of us. I don't know. Does Topple normally clean his pool for these sessions?
Yeah. Well, he likes to show off.
Yeah, he's it's his pride and joy, and it is a beauty.
He enjoys rubbing things in people's faces.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I believe the final United States nuclear tests were in Alaska. The only reason why I think that is I believe an Alaskan tribe sued the shit out of them for giving them all cancer. Because before that, a bunch of companies like Kodak sued the United States going, hey, your nuclear tests are interfering with our production of film.
I was going to say,
that's why the United States kind of stopped.
Left, right, center. So that's just funny. I used to work with their stuff in dark rooms, and Dectol is one hell of a chemical.
What's it called?
Dectol, for developing the negatives.
Okay.
Yeah, it turns out when the United States did its first nuclear test in New Mexico, Kodak was the first company to whistleblow on it. And they went, hey, suddenly our film is not working correctly. And the United States paid them off to shut up. They were like, "You
You don't
guys
do
will continue to develop film the way that you are, or we can let the Nazis." Because at that time, the United States thought that the Nazis were gonna nuke us to drop a nuclear bomb on us.
Do you guys think that nuclear bombs will drop again in the future? Is it an inevitable thing, or is it a scare tactic?
Oh, I'm afraid. I'm afraid it's inevitable.
I think so
I
too.
think it depends.
If it's
on,
not, if it's not that, then it'll be some other. They'll think of some other way, of destroying human race easier than even that.
The only reason it won't be atomic bombs is because they'll find something even worse.
And sometime somebody that has the power to do that, I'm convinced, will make that decision because they're trapped and they'll lose power if they don't, and they will make that decision and we will cease to exist.
For
or at least the us that live in metropolitan areas will cease to exist.
I'm going to be honest.
Higher for sure.
If nuclear bombs are probably going to detonate, we don't know when, where, or why. And it's not nearly as scary as people think. Like, we have physicists that have done the math. If all the nuclear bombs in the world detonate all at once, the world would still be fine.
Oh,
well, it wouldn't be fine. Most of us would be dead.
All of life on the world would continue existing. The world would not go into global warming or any weird shit.
I agree with you. I do not think that if what we have right now, which I don't think that will happen. I don't think that Russia will lob all their nuclear weapons at us, and we'll lob all our nuclear weapons at Russia. I don't think that will.
No, I think that's
ever happen.
I think that's very unlikely.
Plus,
yeah. But if that did happen at the current state that we're in right now, you're right. I do not think that life will cease to exist. As just like I said, us in metropolitan areas, most of us will cease to exist.
Plus, we've got a few things on our side. One of them is the Soviets. I call Soviets. I'm still going to call Russia Soviets because Vladimir Putin's trying to re-piece back together Soviet Russia. He's saying that publicly and so forth. So when I have people that like argue against me about like the Ukraine war, yeah, I call them Soviet sympathizers because that's what they are. They want some crazy dude to bring back our biggest rival in the world. They don't have the economics to keep all those nukes alive. So they've already have the amount of weapons that they've got easily. So even when we count the number of nukes, we're overcounting by over 50% in the world. The other thing that people don't realize is when we talk about nuclear weaponry, most nuclear weapons are on submarines or in places like Wyoming, my state, Montana, and so forth, where no one lives. We purposely did that because no one lives there. So even if a nuclear war happens, the places that matter and get wiped out, most of the population, most of human civilization doesn't exist. We continue.
Well, there's Russia, unless you know better, has has plenty of extra nuclear warheads to spare after they target all the known missile silos and military installations. So, I don't know if they would target cities like St. Louis, but I wouldn't.
Well, they would have
exchange
because we did have McDonnell Douglas here,
Douglas,
and then now Boeing. So
Yeah.
I would at least think we'll get a handful of them, enough to affect me.
But they'll actually they're so accurate now that they'll actually target. They won't have to hit St. Louis. They'll target Boeing, the building that Boeing or the campus that Boeing has.
Right.
So that's what we're all debating right now in academics is how many nuclear weapons does Russia actually have? They tell us the number, but
I
also
agree
it's
with
coming
you.
from a country that's like taking people's microwaves right now
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
for microprocessing. So
I,
if they're so desperate for the technology,
there's a
for a
good chance to
microwave,
believe that,
what do they have for a nuclear weapon?
that's the kind of gamble you don't want to take, though.
That's true.
Very true.
I mean, I agree with you. There's a good chance that a good percentage of their nukes never worked. And, and it's probably worse now than it ever was. But it's not the kind of, they certainly do have good engineering. They have, first world engineering, first world theory. They have
Whatever we
produced
do.
it, so it's not the kind of thing that you would want to risk your, a million people on or 100 million people on, depending on how much you think they have. So we're going to assume that every one of the weapons they declared is a fully functioning weapon.
Right, and that's the scary part within the last 2 years is like it's not the gambit that like we ever want to put ourselves in. How many nuclear weapons does this country have? Is a fun thought experiment, and we don't want to go any further. Except for the fact that now they're going to the point where they're forcing our hand in this gambit. How many countries is Russia allowed to take over, saying they have these nuclear weapons? Or China?
Well,
Even
well,
China
and how many?
itself said,
How many?
you're not allowed to nuke someone, otherwise we will go against you.
And how many? How many North Koreas and Irans does it, make think we definitely need to go down this path because it gives us power beyond belief?
Yeah, if North Korea says, hey, we will nuke you unless we take over South Korea. I know a lot of conservatives say we don't want lives lost, but how many lives are you willing to lose in a war just over the theoretics over a country might be able to nuke you? And another question is how many lives are you allowed, or are we allowing to be extinguished or ruined over like a totalitarian dictatorship, like North Korea? I mean, since World War II, we have most people don't realize this. When this is something I had to look into. When people were talking about like first world countries and second world countries, it turns out there's three distinguishing terministics: first world, second world, third world. First world was during World War II, capitalist countries. Second world was communist countries. And third world were people that stayed out of World War II or tried to. And nowadays, the first world won so hard that we now just call first world. They're the successful countries. And that, to me, is scary already when you've got the third world countries going against the first world. Again.
You lost me.
What I'm saying is, yet again, we are having communism against capitalism.
I thought communism was second world countries.
Yeah, so Russia against capitalist countries. France, Britain, America, Germany. Poland.
Oh, hold on. I got to do a little maintenance here.
What's going on?
Topple is
spinning.
He's having technical issues.
Well, he said he had laptop issues.
Yeah,
an hour ago.
So I'm just
his
going to
camera stayed on.
You can always come back.
And Smokesteve said he was coming back 10 minutes, like an hour ago.
Well, Smokesteve has said he's going to be in and out. So
yeah.
I mean, I'm curious about what you guys think. Do you guys think that like I'm wrong?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
About communism fighting capitalism, or what?
I mean, there is no communism left. that's what, Cuba, Vietnam,
The
China.
ideology, though, you would say,
Yeah,
remains.
So communism is extinct.
I agree that it's a pipe dream, but yet we still see these countries that have separated themselves from us, which
Well,
is
that's
Russia,
fine.
China, North Korea. I mean, North Korea back in the 60s was known as like the communist utopia. There was huge propaganda back in those days showing off how great that country was. And now it's a shit show.
Yeah, it's not. It was not a utopia then, and it's definitely not a utopia now.
And when we talk about like a country nuking us, what countries are we worried about?
Yeah, no, it's well, it's a threat from all of them, but the countries like North Korea and Iran are not as predictable, and they're much more of a concern. But those countries, at least Iran, are susceptible to uh, the fear of massive retaliation. The only North Korea is just such a unique case that it's very hard to predict because it's a one man. It's a country ruled by a single uh, personality.
Iran's interesting because do you know what country helped out the most with Iran's nuclear technology?
Yeah, North Korea.
North Korea.
Yeah, it was North Korea.
So this is what I'm trying to say. Like, there's the distinguishment between like hyper capitalist, or when I say hyper capitalist, like capitalist countries in general.
Well, yeah, there was this network of third world countries that traded in technology, and it included Pakistan, Iran, Libya, and North Korea. I think South Africa was doing it for a while. And after we invaded Iraq, Libya dropped out. But stupidly, we didn't seem to take notice.
It's also because of the Chadian wars, which are it's the Chad wars are a fun history lesson for people to learn about. To be honest,
Pakistan got their bomb. North Korea got their bomb. Iran essentially has their bomb. And
what about South Korea? Are
South
they
Africa probably knows how to build a bomb, but they gave it up. South Korea could build a bomb, but they have not.
They do not have nuclear capability at the
They
moment.
do not have nuclear capabilities, but
South
they have the industrial base and the scientific knowledge and they have nuclear reactors. They have everything they need to have a bomb program if they ever decide to do it.
As
a lot
well
of
as
the
They just don't need to because they have the support of
They have the U.S.
everybody else that has them.
a lot
Specifically,
of
the U.S. has
a lot of
guaranteed their
Western
safety.
countries that don't have a bomb. It's because of the promise of the United States.
Yeah.
We will nuke for you, basically.
this is a little bit off topic, but did Last Dance or did you guys watch the election summit from Mike Lindell? Is that something that you even noticed happened?
No,
I'm not a Mike Lindell guy.
I was just curious. It was interesting what they presented, and their solution for it was pretty comical, but it was interesting.
Well, give us a crash course on what their solution was.
Yeah.
Well, their presentations had to do with the data that showed corruption in electronic systems, and the solution was a monitoring device that they call the WMD, wireless monitoring device. And they're going to pump these devices out and have them in all these locations so that it can show if an electronic ballot box is attached to an internet service at any point in time.
Oh, dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry. Dumb.
Yeah,
so
no,
stupid. I'm surprised these guys aren't drawing on the floor.
But anyway, it was an interesting summit. I didn't know it was happening until I chanced upon it because my grandfather was watching it.
So the thing is with election machines, and this is what I try to explain to people. there's a reason why Tucker Carlson lost the world's or the biggest lawsuit that has ever happened to Fox News. If I want a secure system, I'm not going to hook an election machine up to the internet, which is every computer in the world. That would be so unfathomably stupid that an IT person, even if they're like at intro levels, wouldn't do.
Right. But the
It's
point
like-
is, if they can prove that they are active on the internet, then there's a problem. That's the whole point.
Right, but it's so brain dead that it's like explaining to a foot soldier, hey, don't point your gun at your fellow foot soldier's head. I don't think anyone needs to be explained that.
I mean,
It's that bad.
there's never been an election vote tallying system that is immune from tampering. And that's also true of electronic systems like Dominion. But this fact that it's possible to tamper with them is not evidence that it actually happened. And that's what I need to see
Right.
before I'm willing to give any credence to anything Trump or Giuliani or, for God's sakes, Mike Lindell says.
Not so much, vote for this person or that person. It's more like if the data that they presented is true and the patterns that they pulled is real data, it's damning information. And I just thought it was very interesting. If it's all bullshit, then it's all bullshit.
My question to you, though, is like also, what's number one rule of data integrity?
Go ahead.
The only way for me to keep any data or any information integrable is to not have it stored anywhere. The second I put it on a piece of paper, I put it on a hard drive or anything, it can be tampered with, messed with, or anything. So that also means, though, all data, including voting systems, whether you put it on a sheet of paper, whether you put it in a hard drive or anything, is tamperable.
Well, I'm not arguing with that.
The issue is they are.
I would say, and I'm sorry, I didn't see the Mike Lindell thing, so I can't really talk about.
Are you really sorry?
Specific. Well, I mean, I'm going to offer an opinion to RW, and it's really based on. So I'm just guessing what was presented, but before I would start making voting, Dominion voting machines more complicated by adding a monitoring feature like a wireless monitoring device. Before I did that, I would just throw them all away and go back to paper systems that, at least if you do tamper with them, it's a more people know what that means, and the cheating is, at least, you have a paper trail of the cheating too. The biggest issue with electronic devices is that people are afraid you could cheat without leaving any evidence. And so if that's really a big deal to you, then don't introduce more electronic technology to try and prevent the cheating. Just get rid of the electronics altogether and just go with paper.
I think the name of the company that's getting in trouble is very ironic also.
Let me say it like this, though. If my phone can connect to these machines wirelessly, my tablet, my laptop, my anything, they deserve, beyond a shadow of a doubt, to be sued to non-existence. That would be biblically stupid to allow whatever device, without even having to plug a wire into it, to be able to connect to it and see its information. It would be so crazy for me to even fathom that, like, at work, if someone even gave me the option of like a device like that, I would laugh at them, unironically. I wouldn't even take them seriously as a person. And that's where we are right now. We're talking about like these devices that can quote connect to them wirelessly. If that's even fathomably possible, this company should not only not exist, but we should consume everything that they own. The government should just take it all.
I mean,
They should be no longer a company.
one likes to assume that before an electronic voting machine is before a municipality uses an electronic voting machine, they have an independent analysis done that tells them that it doesn't have those obvious flaws. And I'm actually going to assume that, but I would love to have some proof that that's true.
It's like policing the police. It's like you have to accept then what that person says. The transparency, it'd be interesting.
Yeah,
to have a system that's incredibly transparent and you can trust it. That'd be comforting.
My question is have you guys looked into that? Do you guys know if that has happened?
I don't know. And for that matter, if it happened in 2016, that doesn't mean that it happened in 2020, because you know how it is. Software and hardware are upgraded, are changed, and an analysis is a static thing that's based on a snapshot in time. And the next upgrade, instead of being an upgrade, it can introduce new flaws that nobody anticipated. So
you're absolutely correct.
They were talking about algorithms that were happening inside these boxes. Like they got the public data from these things, and they were showing all these different states all over the United States that had the exact same patterns happening inside the machine. They just layered it on these graphs. Like this was Tennessee and this was Wisconsin, and bam, 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 bam. And they're all shadow copies of each other, which is absolutely impossible if you're showing data, raw data. Like there's no chance of that pattern repeating itself over and over and over again. So to me, it's like if that information is true, then they really need to look into the truth of things and answer some
I'm
questions.
glad you have at least some sense to be skeptical that even the presentation was accurate.
Yeah, I'm never going to argue with like the accuracy of presentation. But also, you got to realize that like even if I show the graph on whatever I make, that correlations can happen outside of my graph. So that means that there could be like correlations outside of even the data collected by the voting machine. I don't know how people vote or why people vote. People could, for instance, a really stupid correlation I'm just going to make up off the top of my head. If sea temperatures got warmer and people don't like that, they could vote off that. And suddenly my voting machine's going to show that. And when they ask, why is this correlation existing or happening, I can't give you an answer. I don't know. As a person that's just collecting the data on why people are voting, I don't know why people are voting around seawaters more for this one party. All I can say is they are. They could be voting because the sea temperatures are warming. I know for a fact, for instance, like when it comes to Florida, people are.
Hey, Mr. Kelsey. Come on. We got space here for you.
That's a really cool name. I know for a fact that like people are voting because like of Venezuela, and like people don't realize this about like South America, but South America was originally going to be united by like a communist idea, and it obviously failed. So it could be even that shit. We don't know.
My point is more so that the data that they're logging, that they've pulled, is the exact same replica of data in a bunch of different states. It's not that it's similar; it's that it's exactly the same. And another thought that anything that I see or any presentation I see from anybody at any time, anywhere, I take with a grain of salt, because I don't know who's lying to me when. It's just a matter of what makes sense to me and how do I relate to it. And then if it relates strongly enough, I'll share it with other people. Do I have the 100% proof that it's true? No. Can I get that proof? I mean, maybe if there's a presentation that I can show, but is it true? I don't know.
I'm saying realistically, when we're talking about things like this, no one really has the bullet. It's really hard to provide the bullet. When it comes to your information, I'd like to see, if you could, evidence of it, because maybe I haven't seen it.
I mean, I can give you a link to the. Oh, see you later, Aphid.
See you later,
I
Aphid.
can give you a link to the presentation and a timestamp for when they start presenting instead of just selling pillows or whatever. But yeah, it's just interesting information.
I'm not saying it's not interesting and that we shouldn't be questioning it. I also have a hard time, though, when we've got judges, politicians, legal experts who have all looked at this information, all said that it's bullshit, and including, when I say judges appointed by the Republican Party, like Trump and stuff. They said this isn't true. We got Mike Pence, even.
I don't see the system as two-faceted. I think that it's shown to be two-faceted with multiple parties, but I don't truly believe that the governing body and the powers that be are really against each other. I think they do what they're going to do, and they cover each other. And I don't like when you say like the Republicans put in the judges. It's just like, okay, could have been Democrats, could have been independents. They're still a part of the system that I don't trust, and I believe is run very differently than it's presented to be run.
Right, but that's also the beauty of our system. You don't have to trust shit, and I'm not saying that you need to, or want to, or should to. I'm saying do what you're doing right now. Look at it with a skeptical lens, but also realize when we all look at this information and everybody in the system, including those that you've assigned saying, I don't trust the system, says there's nothing here. That might mean that there's nothing here.
Yes, but at the same time, there's examples of when the government has done that, and later in time, it shows that absolute bullshit. So it's just like, I don't, anytime the government tells me something, I can almost guarantee it's not true.
Could you provide me?
During the
I don't
Korean
ever
War,
want to disagree with you on that. That's a very hard thing to disagree with.
During the Korean War, there was people calling out I'm not sure if it's the North or the South. There was biological testing that was happening there, and the government said that it was propaganda, and then later on it was found out that it wasn't actually propaganda. There was labs that were doing biological weaponry, and the government pulled it in like Operation Paperclip and took the scientists on and became part of their payroll. That's straight up on Wikipedia, like it's just flat out there. So there's an example of where the whole system would say, no, that's absolutely bullshit, and then later on down the timeline, enough information comes out, I guess. I'm not sure how they reveal it, but it is revealed that it was true and that they were lying to people. So it's just one example.
Which is why I'm not directly trying to dismiss what you're saying or your concerns are. Because your concerns, I'm going to be honest, are the reason why our government is as reliable as it is. It's reliable because of your concerns, because of your distrust in it.
I'll tell you an example. I have a better example that I feel like I want to bring up.
Okay.
It's much more recent. How many times has the government done one of these drone attacks and said, yeah, it's all terrorists. That's all we got. That's all we killed were terrorists. And, a few days later, it turns out, no, they just got a family of some guy just driving his car around and no terrorists.
That was the last pizza he ever delivered.
Yep. No terrorists at all. Just regular civilians. Just, happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and entire family got killed.
And that's also why I don't like the fact that we're targeting people like Snowden. Or what's her name? she used to be a guy like 10 years ago. Transgender. I'm trying to remember her name because
Chelsea Manning.
Thank you. I played Minecraft with Chelsea Manning, by the way. Weird ass fact of the century. But Chelsea Manning
What were they using? No, I'm just kidding.
stole that information off of fucking Miley Cyrus CD, I believe. Just really crazy information. I believe that our government needs to be transparent and stuff. I believe the fact that it's trying not to be is scary as hell. And I believe that like contention of like our voting system and stuff needs to happen. And that you guys are doing everything correct. But how many people I need to tell you, including like judges that have been elected by you guys, saying, no, this is true.
Well, judges take a different. They do things using legal standards, and even if they believe something is the case, if the legal standard of evidence isn't met, they're not going to rule in favor of the party. So, I think the legal profession is more conservative in general, just about all things, and before they're going to listen to something like you're going to throw out the votes of a state or a county, it's going to require a high bar to meet, and it doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democratic judges, they're not going to.
My question really is though, is like a judge says, "Hey, I'm going to look at all the footage that you've provided me, and watch it all, and see if what your concerns are actually happening." And the footage is released to the public, and they go, "I don't see any of the things that like your concerns are."
I've read some of those opinions, and they're very damning, and they're from Republican judges, and they're
Sorry,
really.
opinions on what?
There were some election-related lawsuits brought by Sidney Powell and the Trump lawyer teams, and they were so bad that in some cases the legal teams were sanctioned for frivolous lawsuits. That's how.
Yep.
Oh, so in other words, what they presented was bullshit. That was considered bullshit.
It's not bullshit. What they presented, just there wasn't any evidence. There was zero evidence. Other than someone saying that they heard someone say. It was, there was no good evidence at all.
I won't even say that it's not bullshit. It's so much bullshit that the judge hit them with a hammer because of how bullshit it was.
Okay. Well, to come with a lawsuit based on hearsay or just what was said, I can't get behind any of that. But let's just to relate to like Mike Lindell's presentation. If the data that they're showing is legitimate information and they put that in front of a judge and the judge says this is all bullshit, that will be surprising to me.
Because I would like the link if you can, because I haven't seen it, but I would like to see it.
I'm not going to speak for Mike Lindell's case, but I'm saying that like for at least overly 90% of the cases that have been brought, exactly that has happened. The judge has not only declared this bullshit, but also attacked the team that brought this that litigated against this. The judge said, this is so much bullshit. It's not even worth my time, and punished the legal team for this.
Sorry, I didn't hear most of that. I was looking for the link. That's day 2. I don't remember. I didn't really watch day 1. The presentations for day 2 are roughly near the beginning, because that's like an all-day thing. It's like 16 hours long, but it's in the first few hours that the presentations happened. And if you can skip through it, you'll see this guy that's got the presentation behind him, and he's got all these different graphs up showing stacked clone data in the same graph. That presentation in itself, I think you'd find pretty interesting. As the other don't know.
Is it on YouTube or?
That's on YouTube. Yeah, the link I gave you is in the private chat. It's YouTube.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thanks. I see it now.
What I said is it's not only so much bullshit that Republicans lost the case, but to the point where like the judges are now going are now hurting the legal makers, politicians, whatever, against these cases. It's bullshit.
As long as if a new case comes up, they're unbiased and allow the evidence to be presented. If there's ever a case where they're like biasly saying, "Yeah, what you got now, it's all bullshit," then we got a different story.
They will always allow for anything to happen or a new case to come up. But it's gotten to the point nowadays where they go, it's the same bullshit that we've dealt with for the last 5 years. And they just hit it with a hammer and they go, nope, next. And not only do they go, nope, next, but they say, you get a $200,000 fine because fuck you for wasting my time. We're at that stage with the Republican Party. And I also want to say that because with the Republican Party, I actually think the Republican Party has things that it needs to say towards people like young people. It needs to say things like, we actually have a way of life that like you care, that like will help you out, or that you will find fruitful and meaningful. Are we saying that right now? No, we're just going.
I'm not sure any party
here's my eyes about a Republican president.
I'm not sure any party can be praised for giving youth something.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kilsey1. I didn't see you there, and I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Sorry, who was that?
Oh, we added a new guy, Mr. Kilsey1.
Oh, Kilsey1. Dude, you have the coolest beard on the planet. Love you.
Thank you. Hope you heard that.
No, I'm just saying that the Republican Party, though, has so much to offer people, especially young people, especially nowadays, who are lost, confused, and don't know what to do with their life. And instead of giving them a solution, they're instead crying about a presidential candidate that lost. Who cares about if Donald Trump lost? We could direct people towards a solution.
I mean, you have to accept that there's those that are. I mean, to group them all together is not the situation. I don't know what percent of people care. I personally don't. I'm not a Republican. But when it comes to the party, even in my own family, you know, you have the people that as soon as someone mentions the name Trump or Biden, they're ready to go with a conversation. You have other people like, I don't care. Are you hungry? You want to eat something? Like it's.
But RW, also to be fair, I judge people. I call people Republicans or Democrats based on their voting record. I highly doubt that you don't vote for people who are conservative pretty much down the line.
I voted for 0 people.
You actually
I think I voted for a class president
I
once.
don't vote, to be honest. That hurt me more. That made me cry a little bit inside.
That I don't vote? I would have to believe in the system to vote for it. I don't. I will help people, but I won't be a part of the politics.
I can explain to you why if you believe the system doesn't work or does work, ultimately in the game theory of it all, it's better just to vote for it, whether or not you believe it works. It functions.
I believe it's better to have conversations with people like this than it is to vote.
I don't disagree, but I still think that you should vote.
That's cool.
I think that like having the belief that it works, even if you, or not belief, but like the idea that it works, even if it doesn't work, is way superior and helps you out way more in most circumstances than if it doesn't work.
I can't stand and be a part of something that I don't believe in. So to do it because I want it to be real, that's not who I am.
Okay,
but I'm more than happy for other people to do it all day long.
I certainly respect you not voting, but I'd like you to at least consider it every election and decide whether you're.
Yeah, even if you think that doesn't work, the off chance that you're wrong is way more superior or way better of your use of your time than just not doing it at all.
I disagree. I
You
think
could
that
be
going
right.
outside
It
and
might
planting
be
food is
complete
more
bullshit.
important. I don't know. Just like the if I don't participate in the democracy, but I participate in the community, I find that to have more value. If I can feed someone by spending my time making food, I consider that
Well,
more valuable than voting for
My
the
point
democracy.
valuable
here-
voting doesn't take time away from anything.
Yeah, my point here is your vote, whether you think it's bullshit or not, contributes to something.
It's possible that it does.
And even if it's not,
Can't accept
even
the
if
proof
it doesn't
of
contribute to nothing, at least you've spent 10 minutes of your life fucking off towards an idea. And that's way more valuable than like being that person that doesn't believe in it, doing it, and then being told that it's true.
It's possible that I won't vote in the next election, but it won't be because I don't believe in that my vote doesn't matter or that it's a waste of time. I just won't vote for someone that I can't support. I won't vote for someone because he's the least bad guy. I have to actually support the person I'm going to vote for. And
I think
that could be hard to do, and especially in a presidential election. But in any election,
in democracy, especially for presidential, it's always going to be the least bad guy. Unless if you're talking about like your board of education or something local, it's always going to be the guy that you disagree with the least.
It can't be someone who I think is doing actual harm to the office. I don't have to agree with him on everything, but if it's between, for example, Biden and Trump, I couldn't vote for either one. They're both. I couldn't. I don't want either one to be in office. Now there'll be a third party candidate that I could probably vote for, but it's not guaranteed.
I just can't believe that I have to talk to a bunch of conservatives about like the value of voting.
Well, I voted last election, but I regret who I voted for. So
I voted for Trump last election. And I regret it.
I voted for Trump, and I regret it. It's exactly what I did, and I'm certainly not going to vote for him ever again. Yeah. He's dead to me.
You people are fucking nuts.
That's true. I can't disagree with that. I'm probably insane.
I mean, you got RW there. He's fucking nuts because he doesn't vote full stop.
Thank you.
Got you and you. You're both fucking nuts because you won't vote Trump. I mean, seriously, the economy was at its best under Trump. And then the globalists released the pandemic. He did his best. He listened to the advisors, and all the advisors were working for those cunts.
Hold on. Besides the not voting for Trump thing, I absolutely agree with you. I actually call conservatives out on their bullshit when they say things like, essentially, a lot of conservatives say like, this one policy is bullshit because even though 5,000 people took to
we had the same thing over here. Basically, Boris Johnson stepped down, and then the conservative, not the conservative politicians, the conservative payers, the conservative payers voted for Liz Truss. Hang on, that's the wrong decision. No, you were supposed to vote for Rishi Sunak. And so they collaborated this whole fucking idea where, everything that's going wrong, it's her fault. Because she did a minuscule proposal, not actually put it into fucking perception, minimal proposal of a 1%, tax less on big corporations. It was a whole fucking fiasco where it was completely and utterly bullshit, and it was completely and utterly just it was unbelievable, and therefore she got thrown out, and then we got the West's absolute fucking puppet, Rishi Sunak, in front of the country, being Prime Minister, completely not voted for, completely in control of the country, and completely making all our lives hell.
I have to ask this: what part of the British Isles are you a part of? I
England.
don't know how else to say it because I'm an American.
He's in England.
Guys,
England.
just real quick,
Sure.
I gotta go. If I don't get upstairs and vote with my wife before she goes to bed, I'm not gonna get laid.
Okay,
So
well,
there's voting I believe in. And I'm gonna go.
That's definitely a vote you should make.
Yeah, well,
before you leave RW, I just have to
thanks
say,
for showing up. It's great having you.
You
No
should
problem.
definitely
leave
vote.
RW,
You should
Have a great
definitely
week, RW.
fucking vote.
I'm gonna go vote right now.
He's going to vote right now.
before you leave RW, I have to say this is a public announcement.
Yeah.
Every time you cuddle with your with your wife over the year is equivalent to you getting 2 tooth scans with uranium or with like nuclear radiation.
Okay, I'm willing to take that risk.
And so would I.
All right, guys. See you later.
See ya.
Take it easy.
Sorry, I just thought that was a funny. I always find fun facts as a weird ass fun fact. When you how do I say your or what's the best way that you respond to yourself, Mr. Kelsey one?
I don't quite understand the question. What's the best way to respond to yourself?
Look, I'm stupid. When I say that, I mean like I don't really want to say your full name. Is there a way that I can give you like a nickname or something?
Oh, just
If you
call
want.
me. Just call me. What do you guys call me? You call me Kill. You.
Kelsey is what I call you.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll call you
Kelsey's fine.
Kelsey. It'll be confusing between the two of us, but nice to meet you.
I'm sorry, the username has got a big freaking history ever since, I don't know, I was probably about 20, I guess.
I can't say shit. My username was made because I was a Call of Duty player, and when I was 13.
Well, my username first started off when my nephew started a game, and I joined that game just to go after killing him, and it was Kill Connor 1. That was my first name. Obviously, Connor is my nephew.
I think what you're saying is actually a very elegant statement, actually. Because you're not really saying vote for the president to be the president for like whether it's the British government and its electoral system or the United States government, but you're saying that like also it supports the foundation or the group behind the scenes.
To
those
be
policies.
honest, you need to vote for your president, because basically otherwise, yeah, they are gonna win. They're trying to tell you right now. They're trying to tell you there's no point voting because they've got their base. They have their base, and therefore, if you vote, you're voting against their base.
Right.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not going to vote.
Is like, even if you vote for Boris Johnson has his figures that he puts in charge.
Boris Johnson lied to us. Boris Johnson was voted in to get Brexit done, and then he started to do the whole fucking green agenda. And then, of course, Boris Johnson, he was skeptical on the green agenda. That's why they attacked him. That's when he resigned. And then we got Liz Truss. Liz Truss actually wanted to support this country. But that's not what the global plan was. So therefore, they manufactured that all of inflation was down to her. And that's how they managed to get rid of her without even asking the people. And that's how Rishi Sunak got into fucking power without a single vote.
But that's why I'm saying, like, both Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, they put their own figures into place, right?
They put their own figures into place. Well, let's
So,
face
for
it.
instance, like,
Boris Johnson has always been a greenie, but he was never a greenie as much as 15-minute cities.
I'm not even talking about Greenie. What I'm trying to say is, like, this is where I don't understand your politics necessarily. For the United States, the president, if they get elected in, can put heads of departments into position. So I'm asking, does your electors, or do the people that you elect into power, are they capable of doing the same?
Yeah, they pretty much are in position of putting people into power. What this government has done is put trusted people into power and then use the media to discredit them so that people don't trust them anymore. So they can push them out and put other people in.
Gotcha.
I mean, you've got like literally Jeremy Hunt, who, let's just say Hunt beginning with a C. Yeah, he's not a nice person. He's now our chancellor. You've got wonderful people who are being attacked every day, who is like Kimmy Badenoch. I can't name them all right now, but you got these people who were true to the cause, but realize that they are under attack by this regime. And yeah, British politics, it's literally taken over, and we can't do anything for another 4 years. We've got no vote.
No, I mean, I get what you're saying, because when I talk to people in American politics, they all have a say. And even when they express their saying, I get where it leads to in the conclusion of things. And the conclusion makes sense to me politically. When it comes to British people, though, it seems like
The last time, so you could stay up, mate. You're good, man.
Sorry, what was that?
He saw me yawn. He knows I'm fading.
Yeah, none of us blame you, especially because these Brits are like 7 to 8 hours ahead of our schedule.
Yeah, I think it's
I'm
5. But
talking to this British guy at 10 o'clock at night.
It's 5 in the morning here.
yeah,
Yeah, there you go. It's 5 in the morning. What's going on with you British people? But
we're passionate.
Yep. They're not
Well, I was
afraid
gonna
of
say
staying
that-
up late.
We're
When I talk to-
passionate, and we never ever back from a fight.
I have yet to get over the War of 1812, okay?
They burned our White House.
Yeah,
Those bastards.
motherfuckers took down our White House. You think
Yeah,
I'm gonna-
we
you think I'm gonna
never
give you,
back
like, a
down.
slight pat on the back on that shit?
Hey, look, that shit was just flair.
Yeah, that's the cup that you guys all have to give. We get it. It's all flare until we have to defend you guys with our nuclear arsenal. But what I was gonna say is like it seems like the lack of like freedoms that are given when it comes to I call it negative freedoms or natural freedoms. When it with like freedom of speech and other things, it has been severely hurting you guys lately. I also have to say that because I've had some. I call it my bullet critique, which is how I see how well I'm doing with like a conversation. How many people tell me to blow my brains out? And the last time I've talked to a bunch of conservatives, I've had 5 people tell me to blow my brains out, and one guy really fucking apparently hates John Locke. He told me to deep throw a shotgun because John Locke is wrong.
Why is that your fault?
I know the name John Locke. I'm trying to remember.
You're asking a British philosopher. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no. Sorry, I know John Locke from what was the name?
Lost.
All you need
yeah,
to know
Lost.
All you need to know is Lockean philosophy is believes that the government can give you rights and that you also are born with rights. If you understand those two things, you understand Lockean philosophy. It's not crazy information.
No, that's actually really, really friggin' interesting.
Yeah, so you have like the right to like say whatever you want, but the government also has the right to protect you, for instance, or grants you the right of protection. That's the whole idea of Lockean philosophy. Government can do more stuff, but the more you give government, the less your natural rights are taken away.
Mm-hmm.
So the government, it's like this weird mix and bounds where like the government can give you rights and you have natural rights, but the more the government gives, the less you have. There's certain natural rights that like you have when you're born. Like I have the right to blow anyone's brains out. The government takes it away. It might be a good idea for me not to be able to go into school and shoot your child's head off. It's just that's Lockean philosophy in a nutshell.
I'm gonna have to look more into that guy. I really am. He sounds like a cool dude. He sounds like he's got these head screws on. Basically, governments are out to screw everyone, especially at the moment.
At the moment, yeah, but the issue with governments is they're both the people that fuck us in the ass and the people that like save us.
They're not out to save you.
I mean, I don't know about you, but as an American, I really like not to be a Russian civilian or Chinese.
Yeah, you need to stop watching the news.
Okay.
The news is literally propaganda.
Hey guys, I'm pooped.
You know, seriously, I'm going to tell you right now.
I'm going to head off.
The news
Have
is
a good one,
propaganda.
It was actually really good to know you, my guy.
I'm going to end the stream, but you guys can continue talking to each other, as far as I know.
Have a wonderful one. I'd love to like talk to Mr. Kelsey one.
Yeah, sure. I'll chat.
All right. Take it easy, guys.
See ya. Have a good one.
See ya.